And we are live. Welcome, dear cosmic brother. How are you?
Hey, what's up, man? Doing all right?
Good, man. Good. I can't complain. Just let me turn down the volume. I'm operating the volume from this side. There we go. So, namaste to everybody. Sorry we're late. It's really funny, but my lady love was with me today, and she's having quite a. Let me just set this mic. This is not going to create problems. It shouldn't. I realized that this mic can screw into my other thing. I didn't know that could work that way. So that's pretty cool. So maybe now that it's not on my desk, I won't bump it so much, if that makes sense. Anyway, I'm excited to have it out of my reach, so to speak. So yeah, my lady love did some breath work a couple of days ago, and Kundalini is through the roof, and so she's been having powerful energetic shifts in her energy body, and she was here a while ago, and so yeah, I got a little bit delayed. So that's why I just sent you the link a minute ago, Cosmic. Namaste to the star, to Tom Rue. How you guys doing? And we've got System of a Down, Toby Shinobi. I sent you the link. We've got Carly. Namaste to dear Carly. And Howard. Namaste to Howard. And I hope you're all having an absolutely gorgeous, awesome, super day. What a topic. The journey, the inward journey. First, I was going to call it the journey inward. My girlfriend was like, yeah, the inward journey. I thought, yeah, that makes more sense. So where do we start? I have sent India a link as well. I think maybe he'll be in a minute. And big love to all of you. Blessed be. What do you think, dear Cosmic? And before we start, maybe say a few words. You guys know Cosmic. Cosmic's he's got a relationship with the Fae, and he channels these guys. So that's his story. And he's also, been embedded in other occult traditions and sort of done his homework, as it were. So for those of you that don't know, that's Cosmic. He's sort of a John Dee. He doesn't use a crystal ball. And he has a relationship with these particular beings that are helping him to channel a language and a system. And yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself, dear Cosmic.
Yeah, that's a pretty good introduction there, Franklin. Over the past couple days, I guess I've been doing some kind of inner work myself with the Fae, so to speak, and they've been kind of helping me sort out like certain problems. Like, it's interesting to think about the Fae is that they really are kind of relevant to this topic in regards to the inward journey, right? Because one of the things I've noticed in my practice and working with these entities, that these are beings that can basically tap into the deepest aspects of your psyche and your memory, and they can look at aspects of like your inner being that, like, nobody else could, or things that you've essentially forgotten about, like forgotten memories, and they'll uncover them. So, and having somebody that you can trust be inside of your subconscious, who isn't going to judge you, who isn't going to, wag your finger at you too much. They do a little bit, but not too much. It's like you feel like you can trust yourself and you can open yourself up and find things out. Because I think in a lot of ways, like, when it comes to, like, because I know Indy, who's going to come up here, is, he's really into shadow work. I think one of the things that's been kind of helpful with them is like, learning to sort of look at yourself, without shame. Because I kind of feel like, because they're kind of like in that middle ground between dark and light. They're not necessarily going to be super sanctimonious and judgmental all the time. So you feel like you can kind of like talk to them and it's not going to like get weird or whatever. So, I think I've learned a lot about things the past couple days about myself and the world. And it's pretty much like a total like paradigm shift. So yeah, this will be an interesting topic today.
Yeah, man, totally, totally. And big love to all of you. I'm just trying to get my system like sorted, just a little bit more sorted. Like you want to get it into quartet. Well, we've got D Love as well. Welcome to D Love. We've got Out Tuition, big love, Out Tuition. And we've got Great Bliss. Wow, cool, man. Welcome to all of you guys. I think that's like a good point you're making there, Cosmic. Is my audio okay, everybody?
Yeah,
How's
your
the
audio
audio
is good.
sounding? Is it average, good, or like very good? I just want to know.
It's average.
Like, is it average? Is it like too loud or too soft? Just so I know.
It's like 95% there. It's just maybe a little too loud. Maybe just like a one like tab down.
Slightly
And then
too
you're
loud. Okay, good. Thanks for that. So that should be a bit better then, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Thanks for that. I've just got my mic like close to my mouth, and I'm not used to having it this close, but I think it makes for a better fidelity of audio. So yeah, man, the journey inward is quite a big one. I think it's the meaning of life. I think it's why we're here. I think it's the fundamental purpose of much of this experience that we're having here. And it's also something that I believe has been, I think it's been quite sorely neglected in our education systems, in our life, as a general rule. And to me, it seems like it's almost like there's a little bit of how can I put it? Like there's a little bit of a hypocrisy in our education system, right? Where they teach us all this other nonsense and none of it seems to be applicable to anything. And, this is the one thing that can lead human beings to a state of sort of balance, harmony, peace in life. And you'll notice how interesting it is how we're discouraged. Yeah. We're generally discouraged from taking an inward journey because inward journeys are not always easy, right? They're not simple. They're not easy. They're not user-friendly, as it were. And there are many techniques and systems that people can use to go on these sort of inner journeys to be able to get some sense of awakening. And I didn't use the word awakening for a reason. Namaste, Gaz. How you doing? You got your name back. Gaz got his name back. Yeah, man. I hope you're good, man. Hope you're thriving. And just in that moment, here arrives the Indie Sage. And Indie, for those of you that don't know, he's done a lot of time focused on shadow work. He's an anthropologist at heart. And he's also been dipping his beak into Taoism and Hermetics, Western and Eastern cosmologies, and he's just a solid guy. He's also been through a lot of things in life. I think that's generally the best teacher in life. When life knocks you down and you have to get up again, you learn a lot. It forces an inner journey, doesn't it? So yeah, namaste, welcome, dear Indy. Hope you are well. Tell us a few words about yourself, dear brother.
Yeah, life is good. So glad to be here on the show. I guess I hit a different link, and I was waiting over here, just getting some things done. But as Franklin mentioned, got my beak dipped in a lot of things. My iron's in a lot of fires. I've kind of basically tried to decompartmentalize the various schools of thought into an integrated golden tapestry with my golden thread that I carry, and working hard to integrate the other golden threads of those who come into my world. And I'm grateful for what is known to me and hopeful for what that will be shown to me. And so I've been able to basically integrate a lot of things with the mythos and science and trying to merge the spirituality and scientific realms into one understanding through esotericism and exotericism. I feel like some people are versed in the exoteric world and guarded against esoteric things. So I try to talk to people in their depths, unless they ask me to go deeper. One of my main focuses is on ancient philosophical Taoism, which I feel is a bridge that can bring everything together because it embraces the mystery as the creator and the unseen causal force. And so for me, that's been very integral to be able to synchronize my various studies into a unified understanding. And I'm very interested in anthropology and somewhat of a proponent of mytho-anthropology, studying the stories of the past. And the word myth used to mean truth. And now today it's come to understand something of a falseness or a legend or just a mere story. But I really do see that there's various understandings in the mythos that can bring us great truth, that can help us understand things beyond what is known in the modern day understanding. So glad to be here today and excited about our inward journey together.
Oh, Ghost Hunter, that is quite funny. You made me giggle. You know, the best bush whisperer is the bush whisperer. I think that's the best answer. You know, like when a man's not afraid to go into the bush. You got to take your shoes off. You got to get out into the wild. You got to become an animal, right? And if you can go into the wild and become an animal, then you'll be an animal in other ways, won't you? Think about it. Animal. So when a man learns to release his inner animal, he becomes an animal. And I think women like animals. So yeah, I think there's a double-edged sword there. But yeah, that was funny. You did make me laugh. Thank you for being so honest and open. Welcome to the show. And yeah, you know, I do think that this topic is perfectly timed. Today is let's take a look. Let's pull up the numbers. Let's get this. So it's the 28th, psychic number 1. Psychic number 1. Our psyches are aligned with the vibration of the sun at the moment. That's the pioneering new activity, new action, taking charge, proverbial charge, the charge that one holds to power the entire Enneagram system, which it has received from Nine's completeness and transformative potential being released. And so it's the 28th of the 3rd, which is 31, and it's the 20th century, right? And it's also the 24th year. So we say 31 and 20 makes 51. Sorry, plus 26 to 26th year, not the 24th year. Plus 26 makes 77. So 77 is number 14, is number 5. So fundamentally, number 5 is the center of the pentagram. It's the center of the Saturn cube, square. 5 represents that whirlings and the beginnings of motion and the power to change, the mercurial potential being released. And 7 is the mystic journeying inwards. We've got a double 7, which is an extra power. It's a power number 7. And so the 7/7 doesn't necessarily fall into the vibration of 5. It carries a vibration of 5 as an undertone, but it empowers the 7. So it's all about the inward journey. So yeah, I think like the numbers of the day is very much aligned with the conversation that we're having right here, right now. And to begin with, you know, we're living in this age of occultism. I think this is the big point, right? And the occult and the mysticism has become so heavily integrated into our cultural paradigm at this point in time that we are sort of being flooded with occult ideas and cosmologies and philosophies. And the New Age has obviously gotten hold of it and done its own element of twisting, right? And so we are sitting here with all of these technologies that are being released into the public domain, and Kundalini yoga, breath work, yoga, tantra, magic, Rosicrucianism, Hermetics, Kabbalah, all different forms of Kabbalah, and various different techniques of meditation and Reiki, and all of these things have like taken the world by storm, as well as a lot of the older, more mystically inclined forms of therapy and healing, and from this has become an inspired movement towards homeopathy becoming quite a reawakened science, if you will. And I mean, this is all really good on the surface, right? This is all healthy, but here's where I'm going to here's where I'm going to start sort of like really throwing some wood onto the fire. Bush whisperer and snake eaters, our tuition. Ay. I think that there's a lot of good that comes from this knowledge being released, but I think that there's also a lot of inversion that has been implanted into especially the more mystical and occult knowledge, and a lot of the writers that have been popularized, who've been given platforms, a lot of the people that have been given platforms on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, wherever, they all seem to be sort of passing off a fairly similar narrative. And the narrative that I see, which is being popularized, tends to be the same idea. And I don't know how healthy this idea is. It makes me wonder whether we're sort of falling into a challenging ocean where there are dangerous currents, because you'll find that a lot of people think they're teachers and ready to teach these disciplines and ready to share the knowledge when they themselves have not had sufficient experience or have sufficient knowledge. We're living in a fast food society, so everybody is very quick into integrating a little bit of information, and a little bit seems to be a lot these days, where in the old days a little bit wasn't a lot. A little bit was, well, it was a little bit, wasn't it? You weren't a master shoemaker when you just learned to make shoes. You considered yourself an apprentice for a long time, and you studied under a shoemaker, and you learned your art, and your art was valuable, and it was like something you prided yourself in. And we don't see this pride in people's work anymore like we used to see. You see it in some places in the world where society is sort of retrospective. In other words, they haven't quite gotten to the Western level of lifestyle that we are used to here, which is a fast-paced lifestyle. And so here's my first question to the panel. Are we moving too fast into all these paradigms? Is there too much information being released too quickly? Do the people have enough presence to digest this vast information? Are the plates of food, the proverbial plates of food, being served to people too much? And are people overly eclectically eating off the plates of food and giving themselves a proverbial sense of indigestion to all of these sciences, to the occult and the spiritual sciences? And has that caused a lack of presence and awareness of understanding exactly the value of presence with regards to these ancient mystic knowledge paths? What do you guys think?
I don't think it's necessary. I think I see what you're getting at, Bush Whisperer, about the it's kind of right, but I think what I've noticed, and this is kind of one of the revelations that I've had lately in regards to modern occultism, is the problem of relativism. Because I was having a conversation with somebody in another Telegram system about my chat, and I just basically make certain statements because I have certain beliefs about certain things. I don't think they're necessarily absolute, but I feel like, with my look and my perspective that I have some confidence that there's some, weight behind them. And this person was like, oh, you can't say anything, you can't say that we're all just, oblivious here. You can't make, claims. And I started thinking about like this kind of like the sort of societal acceptable agnosticism where, it's like this kind of like something that I've been really challenging in terms of a belief that I've been sort of exploring lately. And that, that one that I think this group might find a bit controversial is questioning the idea that everyone is equal, because I've been starting to realize that how disempowering the idea of equality actually is. Because, for all of my life, I used to think it was this empowering thing, because you think, oh, we're all equal, we're all validated, and we're all, part of the tribe, and I'm not an idiot, I'm smart, and we're all together. But I realized, over my life and making my practice, I've noticed something sinister. So the metaphor I use, this is like a kind of like a tree nursery, right? And before, you were in a tree nursery where it's like you couldn't grow certain trees or only deciduous trees or whatever. You're a pine tree and you're not allowed to grow in that garden. And then one day you find a garden. It's like, oh, all trees are welcome here. Any tree can grow over here. Any tree can go over there. It doesn't matter. All trees are welcome. And then you think, all right, this is great. I can belong here. I'm not discriminated. We're all equal here. But then at a certain point as a tree, you start to grow and you get taller and taller. And then once you get to like 7 feet, all of a sudden you get there, the scissors come. And it gets snapped, and this top is like, wait, why are you chopping me? And then it's like, oh, none of the trees can be taller than any of the other trees. So it's like you're in this tree, but you're not allowed to grow taller than any other trees. And I realized this was disturbing because, and this is problematic in regards to equality, is that it's not necessarily saying that you have all the knowledge or that you're God and that, I'm right and everybody's wrong. But I think you should respect your perception and your understanding of reality, that, at least when I see something, that evidence, maybe it's not true, but, this evidence that I see makes sense to me and I understand it. And that's a profound way to sort of validate your own perception. Whereas it's almost like what I'm getting at here is like, we're literally doubting our own beliefs. We're literally undermining the faith in our own belief system because we're afraid of appearing arrogant and egotistical to other people. Because they're like, oh, because like I was thinking about this other question too. In spirituality, there's always this talk about, enlightenment and, ascending or whatever. But at the same time, it's literally socially taboo in most occult and spiritual communities to say, hey, I'm enlightened, I have become an awakened being. It's almost immediately met with criticism, derision. No, you're not really enlightened. No, this is actually your narcissistic ego talking. It's really the self. And I thought to myself, like, how are you able to become enlightened if it's not socially acceptable to admit and accept that you're enlightened? Like, you can become enlightened, but you're not allowed to say it, because if you say that you're awakened or that you figure things out, oh, look at you, you're a narcissist, you're an egotist. But the reality is, when it comes to understanding truth, like realizing that not everyone is equal is what frees you from that mindset, because you realize that, because when it comes to equality, and I know this, like, coming from somebody who, was an outcast and bullied a lot, equality can seem really nice at first. It can seem really welcoming and warm and kind. But what you start to realize is that when you start growing and you actually start improving, all those people who were supporting you before, now all of a sudden they're talking shit about you. They're saying bad things about you. They're trying to like discourage you. And you're like, and you realize that they're actually jealous of you and they don't want you to improve and they want you to stay at their low, mediocre level that they're at. And I think one of the reasons we can't escape that mindset and we can't really grow and ascend is because we accept the idea of like equality. We have to say that, every idea is as good as every other idea. And I know that Terrence McKenna talked about this a lot, like that relativism is basically the inability to distinguish shit from shinola. And I think that's important because I think that, because I can feel right now like the room is getting uncomfortable. Like, oh God, is Cosmic going to judge me? Is Cosmic going to say I'm bullshit? But you got to think of it from this perspective. Like, what about your belief system? Like, think about like how oftentimes that you had faith in an idea and you had confidence in something, but you told me so, oh, I can't fully accept that truth because I don't want to appear arrogant and I don't want people to think that I'm a selfish person. I think that sometimes we have to realize that there's a lot of other things that we have to question. So what I would say, Bush Whisperer, in regards to the food metaphor, it's like we can pick any piece of food from the cafeteria, so to speak, but you never get enough to actually get a full satisfactory meal. You never really get a full meal. You're always left. And that's the problem, is like you eat this material, but you're never really full. You're always left hungry. So you're always dependent upon it and you keep coming back more and more for it. Like, it's like it doesn't fill you up, but it's really addictive in a sense. So that's how I would kind of sort of frame the occult situation, because I think, when it comes to equality, I think that we think that equality is good because we think we're being nice and we think we're being kind. But what we're actually doing is we're basically saying, I'm not going to actually, like you for your talents or for something that's actually real and authentic about you. Instead, I'm going to like you because of this abstract idea of my head, this abstract idea of what I think a good person is, that I'm going to project onto you rather than an actual real and genuine connection. So I think, honestly, I think one of the worst enemies of magic and occultism is not necessarily like materialism or too much occultism. I think that relativism is a huge problem that really needs to be discussed, but it's one of the things people don't want to talk about because, it involves hurting people's feelings and, saying that people are wrong. And, if you want to get enlightened and figure out, sometimes you have to make that painful decision, admit that, yeah, something that this person believes is wrong and it's not part of the golden tapestry. And having that discernment, I think, is a necessary part of growth.
Yeah, I like to also, agree with that and add on a little bit as well. Personally, I see that a lot of people have taken a position where their way is the right way and the other ways are the wrong way. And I like to suggest that that's somewhat of a spiritual elitism. And in a lot of ways, that's somewhat of a contradiction, because I think spirituality and mysticism and religion and the like are really about integrating people and establishing community and understanding together so that people can come together and share a deeper understanding than the materialism provides in our indoctrination. Not to say that indoctrination into materialism isn't also right as well. And so for some people have limitations to their understanding. They have a certain focus and capabilities on their mental capacity. So for those who are not really capable of facilitating an intuitive understanding for things as well as others, it might be easier for them to understand things rationally.
Yeah.
And do you need to have something to say, Franklin?
No, I was just testing my mic, so I didn't realize it was on at the bottom. I was just checking.
You're good. So I think this is very evident with the starseed movement. I think a lot of times that they suggest things that they're kind of better than us. And one of their aspects of their belief system is that they talk about things going into a 5D situation, which is a lot to me like the rapture in organized religion, where some chosen people are going to be able to ascend to a higher plane or realm, and the other ones are going to be left behind, having been judged and not made the cut. And I feel like this is something that should be considered. I mean, does this really mean that this could be happening? And in truth, this actually could be happening. We always have to keep an open mind to the possibilities of things. We don't know everything. And so we have to acknowledge our ignorance and suggest that, there's a mystery. That's what really brings us together, is the mystery. And when we can have a conversation about these things and learn more about the things that are unclear to us or don't seem right, then we can start to be able to open up to people and at least see their perspective. And some people will be able to merge their perspectives and integrate them. Others will actually use the contradicting or dissonant perspectives to be able to strengthen their own. So I feel like it all has a great purpose and that nobody is on the really totally wrong side of it. I just feel like there are certain things that are going to discourage a feeling of integration that for me, I personally am guarded a bit against, which probably shows that I have some issues with hierarchical understandings, probably rooted in my problem with authority that had originally rooted back to a previous resentment towards my own parents for having moved me like 27 times as my youth. And so, those are my real first authorities and creators. And then, I learned about other authorities and creators like God and the government and things, which were then translated from my earlier resentment and applied onto those as well. So I feel like if we can understand each other through metacognition and start to question and listen into the things that we think and start to talk to ourselves about how we process things and develop more of an understanding of our own personal self mastery and self understanding, then we could start to develop a better understanding of our own ignorance that we carry and our character defects and such. And by understanding these things, we become one step closer to working on them and overcoming them. So
I get what you're talking about, Indy. I think that, one, it's important to, I still always emphasize, the importance in humility and the importance in recognizing that, yes, we don't know everything all the time. There's always stuff to figure out. What I'm talking about is that, when you spend time, working in the occult and you start to you chart things and you finally, figure something out and you figure something out that makes sense to you, that seems logical, it seems coherent, and it gives you a sense of peace and it gives you a sense of connection to the world. Like, oh, I feel like I make sense now. I feel, less crazy. But then what I was dealing with is like, no, you're not allowed to accept that new insight because we're all stupid and nobody knows anything. And you're not, it's almost like a form of gaslighting where it's like, you're not allowed to figure out what reality is, because if you claim to know, then you're basically, saying something wrong about something else, someone else's paradigm. I think we have to be like, I think maybe when it comes to occultism and magic, sometimes I'm starting to think that maybe we need to be a little less sensitive, maybe we need to I think sometimes you have to like Terrence McKenna said, like gore someone's ox and hurt someone's feelings. I mean, I don't necessarily want to do it. And I try to be polite, most of the time. I don't try to be like, I know some people when it comes to they use brutal honesty, as an excuse to be an abusive and harass people. And I believe in that kind of that radical honesty, but I think I also believe in, politeness and fairness and empathy too. But I think when it comes to ideas though, you have to ask yourself, when you tell yourself that, someone is just as valid as you, when you know clearly that they're off in some way, let's say you really value, being a vegetarian, right? And you see someone that's just not only are they eating meat all the time, but they love torturing animals and stuff. If you tell yourself that you're just as spiritually aware as that person who's eating meat as a vegetarian, don't you think as a mystical person that you would lose some level of self-respect for yourself and realizing wait a minute, I'm not as bad as this person? It's I was thinking about because I understand we are all damaged people and that we have difficult lives and, we all have our difficult childhoods and stuff. But I think that when it comes to understanding truth, there's going to be, you can't expect, it all to be sunshine and rainbows. There's going to be some times where you're, riding that horse of spirituality and someone's going to punch you off that horse and you're going to be on the ground with mud and shit all in your face. And you're going to have to learn to get back up and crawl back on the horse. But I think in a lot of ways, a lot of people, they try to like, play it safe because they don't want to hurt feelings. But if you're worried about hurting feelings though, but you also have to learn to respect yourself. And I think sometimes we disrespect ourselves out of politeness for others. So I'll give you another way of thinking about it. Like, let's say we can rate faith and confidence and spirituality on a 1 to 10 scale, right? So let's say like I have a 9 out of 10. I'm really confident that I understand, the nature of the universe. But then you're in the spiritual community and someone else is like, hey, I'm only a level 1 here. I only have 1 point. You can't say you got all the way to 10 because we're all here at number 1. And then you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm not a 9. I'm only a 5 now. So basically I'm going to give 4 of my belief points to this person. So instead of me having 9 belief points and this other person having 1 belief point, now we both have 5 belief points. So what I'm talking about is like, I think that agnosticism and uncertainty and mystery is good, but I want to emphasize something else, that we should be mysterious. We should be open to different ideas, but we should be open to different ideas because 1, we acknowledge that we don't understand the totality of reality and that we're always going to find different things. And 2, that there's, mystery abound. And, we can't always necessarily fully trust our perceptions because of bias, etc. But I don't think we should doubt ourselves because we're afraid that people are going to judge us for being confident in our beliefs, right? You know what I mean? Like this idea that, I have to pretend that I don't have as much conviction in what I believe because it might offend somebody that's more insecure about their spirituality, right? And then you know what I mean? Like, so I think in a lot of ways, like it's okay to think that other people are wrong and you're right. You just don't act like that in real life, because I think if you just try to play this game of, my ideas are just as good as everyone else, you're actually being incredibly disrespectful to your own beliefs and your own convictions. So I think that we need to get over this idea that it's somehow egotistical or narcissistic to acknowledge that, someone's idea might be wrong or problematic or incorrect, or that you disagree with it. We have to pretend that like, we agree with everything, we go along with everything. But it's like, if we do that and we believe that everyone's equal, then you can never grow. You can never, your tree can never get taller. It's always going to stay at the same mediocre height as everyone else. So if you really want to grow and change and, ascend to like a higher level and deepen your understanding, I think it's important to recognize that not everything is equal, just to simply recognize your own talents and own abilities, because I think people think of equal and it's like, we're judging, people. But I think instead, like, we should like acknowledge the actual skills and talents that you already have and stop pretending, I guess what it is, it's like, it's like you're smart, you have a certain level of intelligence, but you kind of have to pretend to be stupid to not offend other people. And you're like, and I think it's not even like to say like, you're stupid. It's, I think what I'm saying here is like, you're smarter than you think you are. You're so much more intelligent than you think you are. But we play this game of like, we're not allowed to think that we know more than other people. And I think when it comes to the starseed thing that you're talking about, Indy, I think that's the inverse opposite side of that, where you got these people who think that they're the shit and they know everything and they don't have to listen to anybody and they're right and everyone else is wrong. And that's the other side of it. But what I think what we're dealing with here is that a larger topic is the issue of narcissism in the occult. And I think what I'm describing, like I mentioned in the chat earlier, is an example of covert narcissism that exists in the occult community. Whereas I think, Indy, you're talking about more like the grandiose narcissism, which is a different type of narcissism. So grandiose narcissism is kind of like, I'm the shit, I'm great, I'm better than everyone else. Whereas covert narcissism is kind of like, you think you're a loser, you think you're sorry, you feel sorry for yourself, and you try to bring everybody down. It's like when somebody like gets an accomplishment, it's like, it's not that good. It didn't take that good. What you did was easy. And they try to like downplay your accomplishment. So what I'm saying is that covert narcissism also exists within the occult world, in addition to the kind of traditional grandiose narcissism that a lot of people are used to.
Yeah, good point. I failed to realize that, but yeah, you make an excellent point there. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that these people have developed Stockholm syndrome early on. This is socialized to them and programmed into them and their children. And I used to think we can rescue the kids, you know, these poor kids that are victims of the Saturnian cult of the elite cabal, want to be rescued. But after there was Pizzagate was released by Dr. Phil, it basically, they showed some of these kids were just saying like, oh, let us go back, that's normal to us, you know, that's what we do, you know. And it's like, god, that's so sad. So it's, in a lot of ways, they're not really aware that they're in such a bad place, as far as the fact that they commit atrocities on the weekly basis on every Wednesday, in ritual cult ceremonies of egregoric means, with very dark magic, black magic, left hand path kind of practices. And so I think they're kind of programmed with torture to be able to be obedient to that system. Whereas some of the people, like a good friend of mine and two whistleblowers that I usually share information with people that are interested about this with, um, they'll let you know that you know, a lot of people will reject this programming and want to become the exact opposite of this and let the world know what's going on, instead of remaining obedient, keeping everything secret, and being scared of being threatened as a lever with the leverage that they have over them. So these people are willing to compromise their security and safety to be able to stand out and whistleblow that situation. So I'm thankful that those people have been able to make things available to us so that we can understand what's really going on amongst them. You got something to say, Franklin? You look interested. Coming up to say something. Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I double tapped. Yeah, man. You know, I think you guys are making good points, both of you. And I want to, like, okay, the new age, it's its own pile of shit. Excuse me for being so blunt. But it is what it is. Just because all these woke ideologies that you're pointing out are rife in the new age, and I'm gonna like pick this down with an anecdote just now. But speaking of which, I must check my phone and make sure my girlfriend got home okay. There is this elitism, which is a problem, and going right back to the beginning of what you were saying, Cosmic. You know, where we are in this sort of dynamic now, and this dynamic we're in is sort of, well, how can I say? We are being bound by the proverbial let's piss on his battery or her battery story, right? That's what we call it here in South Africa. If someone pisses on your battery is where you keep your charge and your electricity, right? And when you urinate on someone's car battery, you sort of short out the battery, don't you? And so if you're running around with a full battery and other people don't have full batteries, they want to short out your battery from time to time. And this has got to do with, I think, part of this sort of woke attitude that we've been sort of entrained into. And you'll see it more and more in modern times. It wasn't so much of an issue 20, 30, 40 years ago. It was different. And I think, for example, like competition was a healthy thing, right? In the old days. These days, competition is seen as a bad thing. And so there's this homogenization that is occurring on a educational level with the children. And it's also happening throughout various different levels and through different paradigms within society and in the world at large. And it is a big deal when people aren't able to appreciate experience and knowledge, and everybody's arguing about how amazing that quartz crystal is, and they're telling the other person that the diamond that they've got, it's smaller than the quartz crystal. It's not really got any value. Look how big this quartz crystal is. Like, for example, right? Let's use this as an example. Look at this big quartz crystal. Wow. Like, look at you running around with a diamond that small, that tiny little diamond. That diamond's not even like 50 carats. That's not even a 50 carat diamond. This quartz crystal is massive. But we know that a 50 carat diamond would be worth like what? 50K? 50 carat diamond must be worth 50K. I don't know what it costs. I could never afford a 50 carat diamond. I'm just saying as an example, you know, or maybe 50, maybe I was actually thinking more like probably like 100 carats. But anyway, you get where I'm coming from. Even a 2 carat or a 3 carat diamond is a diamond that you would use. 5 carats it's a nice size. 10 carats is a massive diamond, isn't it? So depending on the quality. So I think like we're living in a society where there has been lost something which is rather fundamental. And if we look back, there used to be respect for elders. And I think this is actually connected to what we're talking about here. So in modern times, if you're a carpenter and you go work in a company and you're a builder, there's not so much respect from the young carpenters that are starting out for the old carpenters that have been carpenters for like 50 years, right? Because they think they know better. Because some of you see, as we've moved forward, let's use carpentry as a brilliant example. People have learned to take shortcuts, haven't they? Because of money, because of economics, people don't build so well anymore. So the old carpenter is almost redundant because his focus is on quality and quality of workmanship and how long the work that he does is going to last and how perfect the finish is. But these modern carpenters, they are like, no, it's how quickly you can get the job done. Am I right or am I wrong? Like, this is an example of modern attitude. So you'd have a young carpenter who's been working for 4 years as a carpenter, and his attitude towards an older carpenter would be, yeah, you're an idiot. Look how long it takes him to do that job. I can do that job quicker than him. I'm a better carpenter than him. There's a lack of understanding that that man's got experience. He's been carpenter for a long time. And so we used to have this as a natural sort of built-in facet to society that there was respect for the elders because the elders knew things that the young'uns didn't know because of life's experience. But what happened was technology happened. And so the older ones weren't able to use all these new fancy apps, right? They weren't able to use cell phones so well. They didn't understand how to use software for a laptop so well. So the young ones thought, oh, the old ones must be useless, right? Because they can't use the cell phone. What do they know? They're a bunch of idiots. But actually, those old ones knew things about life that the young ones didn't know because they've lived so much longer and they've been through the cycle, through the washing machine so many more times. And so this is something that I think is like part and parcel of the reason why society is so stunted. And another thing I want to respond to, something you were saying was you mentioned valid to be validated. And this is to do with like to validate people's experience and to validate their knowledge and their acumen, if you will. And acumen has become a scarce resource these days. And so when you are in a particular situation, I'll give you an example. I've always been an out of the box thinker, right? And so even when I've been new at things, I've always been able to see a different way of doing things. And even people who have been doing it for a long time, sometimes they would correct me in my life, right? Go, oh, that's not really, this is like, And I'd be like, okay, I see that, fair enough. And then I would adapt. But sometimes, because I'm just that kind of I'm the least conformist person that I know, right? In terms of like conform to like a system. I conform to my own system very strongly, but I don't conform to any other outer thing necessarily. I have to personalize it. And I don't learn that well, but I digest information well. And so I would come up with like a new way of doing it. And sometimes the older, more experienced people would go, hey, that's interesting. I never thought of that. Wow, that's actually quite cool. So my point is that sometimes, Cosmic, even when we have a lot of experience in a field, in a knowledge lecture, our experience and our knowledge can become walls and boundaries that can lock us in to a perceptual framework where we become stuck. And sometimes a fresh set of eyes that doesn't have the conditioning or the knowledge or the walls or the framework will be able to see something that we can't see from within our fixed structure of knowledge. So that's like the one thing I would say that is, hey, is Hollowbone Hawk here? Where's Hollowbone Hawk? Is Hollowbone Hawk here? Is she in the house, peeps? There you are. Nice, sweet, lovely. Happy to hear that. I love you, my darling. Okay. It's sort of like working in my unconscious a little. So, yeah. Where was I? So sometimes those people that don't have the knowledge or the experience can sometimes have an insight that knowledge and experience will have overlooked, because there's always so much to any particular discipline. So I think it's very much a double-edged sword that can have both a positive and a negative impact, when we consider the potentials of it. And that there is no sort of hard and fast, like that's correct or that's not correct system that I think is worthy of necessarily, accepting as the fact, as it were. So yes, I think like knowledge and acumen is important. Yes, I think that experience matters. For me, these things are important. Though I want to say something else that comes into this. When we're talking about the occult, and in this sense, I think it's important, Cosmic, for us to draw a distinction. There are dangers. And I'll give you an example. Let's take Hatha Yoga, which is the most simple form of anything that's even mildly, slightly occulted, right? But it's very practical. And within Hatha Yoga, for example, if one doesn't have experience of Hatha Yoga and one teaches somebody else Hatha Yoga, one can help that person to pull muscles, to twist their spine, right? To injure their knees, to injure ligaments, and to injure, injure themselves, cause themselves harm. So the wrong kind of teachings can be dangerous. And I think Hatha Yoga is a really great example of this. But I would say that meditation techniques as well as Kundalini yoga techniques, other yoga, esoteric yoga techniques, magic, occult practices, right? There are psychological harms and physical harms that people can come to from practicing magic, occult. So this is where I think we meet that point where you're saying, Cosmic, which is really important, where we aren't all on the same field of knowledge. We are not. That's the reality. I know somebody who's done a few yoga classes, think that they mastered how to do the sun salutation. Me, I would never teach Hatha Yoga because I'm not a Hatha Yoga master. I'm not. I did a bit of Hatha Yoga here and there in my life, but Hatha Yoga is not something that I have devoted myself to, postures. Although I'm probably 50,000 times better qualified at teaching Hatha Yoga because, well, I did teach martial arts when I was younger. two children, and that was because I was so devoted. And when I was a senior, my Shian and my sensei said he was ready for this task because I was very attentive and I learned and I listened when the master spoke. I listened when the elders spoke. I took in what they said and I went home and I made notes about it. I meditated on it and I came back and I proved to them that I had digested what they had taught me and I was turning it into my own experience. Not everybody does that. So being someone that has a background in that, and also I was trained by the best. I was trained by the provincial coaches and the top coaches in South Africa, as well as my coaches for like different tiers of competition. So I got quite a lot of experience. And my mother, she's qualified in sports medicine. So I learned a lot from my mom as well at home, because I was always training and I was always asking her, I was always learning from her, tapping her brain, because she used to help a lot of the famous sportsmen that were in South Africa, famous cricketers, famous rugby players, famous tennis players, famous runners, people I saw on TV. They were my mother's clients. So I knew my mother, she was the bomb when it came to sports medicine. She was one of the top sports medicine people in the Western Cape where I live. Nobody knows more about sports medicine around than my mother. You know, the best of the best sportsmen used to come to her. So I learned a lot from my mother, and I knew that she knew shit about sports medicine. So I listened when she spoke. So this is the difference. People these days are lost, and they don't know what they don't know, and they don't know what they do know. And I think this nonsense about everybody being the same is nonsense. But at the same time, a master can learn from a novice. That's the other side of the coin, Cosmic, don't you think? You know, no matter how high a level we've learned and we've attained to, there's always something we can learn from someone who doesn't know, just because their unique perspective and their unique mindset can give them an insight that we would never have achieved on our own, because it's not in our egregoric potential. It's not part of our proclivities and our persona to move in such a way. So I think it's a very complex matter. I think that when it comes to physical disciplines, we're not all the same. When it comes to physical disciplines, specific disciplines that need to be done in a particular way to be safe, right? Like sports medicine, occult, these are important things. Experience matters. When it comes to the emotional paradigm of self-knowledge, I think that doesn't really apply. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think there's two distinct groups of ideas and knowledge here. And that, self-knowledge, gosh, I've learned more from little children than I have from from adults who know nothing about nothing. But when they open their mouths, there's some insight that I can decode. Yeah, Cosmic, I see you.
I think it's ironic, because I think that like my point still stands, and actually kind of in a weird way actually reaffirms what you're talking about. Because like I think about like moments in certain movies where you'll have a character that's kind of like a comic relief, and maybe they're kind of like they're dumb and dim-witted, but there'll be some moment in the movie where they'll say something that's really wise or really intelligent or profound or empathic, and it's like, oh my God, it's like this person was more wise and profound than we thought. And I realized if everyone was equal, there would be nothing profound or romantic or compelling or interesting about that. Like the idea that there's like elites that have, a certain knowledge, but also that a novice can know something that, something doesn't help, but it still kind of like emphasizes the idea that not everyone is equal. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to accept, for the very reason because we're afraid of becoming that kind of authoritarian kind of person. But you start to realize that, it basically makes everything not special anymore. Because I think what I'm getting at here is that you can accept that not everything is equal without being an elitist. Like you don't have to take on this elite attitude. You just kind of like say that, this is 7, this is 13, this is 2046, rather than saying, everything is the number 5. and we have to quantify everything with the exact same quantities. Being able to just like look, looking at, and in regards to understanding knowledge, I think that it's also important to realize that, maybe you have an expert, in some kind of field of inquiry and you have a lot of work built up, but it is possible that someone who is not an expert can provide an idea or an insight that, furthers along the explanation. I think anybody that's really creative is always open to that sort of like chaotic, unpredictable factor in regards to inspiration. What I'm saying is like, when you get to a point, and let's just put it to you this way. Like, let's say, we got the blind men. Actually, no, this is a good metaphor. Let's do the Jane parable of the blind men with the elephant, right? So you got the classic story of, there's three blind men. One holds up the trunk and assumes it's a snake. One of the blind men holds up an ear and assumes it's a bird. And then one of them holds one of the legs and assumes it's a tree. What I'm saying is that what happens when you are able to take the blindfold off and you're actually able to discern it, like, okay, guys, this actually is an elephant, you guys. I took the blindfold off and I finally actually see the elephant. And the three blind men are like, no, you're still blind just like the rest of us. You don't see an elephant. You're just as much in the dark as we are. When you clearly, it's like, no, I clearly see an elephant. And then they're like, well, we don't see the elephant, so you don't see the elephant either. And maybe the elephant is part of some deeper mystery. Like maybe the elephant is part of, I don't know, some other cosmic organism that is beyond comprehension, in this metaphor. But I think at that point, like that reasoning of seeing the thing as an elephant as opposed to the snake, the bird, and the tree is at least a more accurate understanding of the phenomenon than the previous three, inferences. So I would say that what I'm saying is that, like, I understand that, we're going through a swamp, but I want to get to a point where it's like I can stand on the ground and I don't necessarily have to sink in the mud. And I think that this idea that, like, maybe we have to accept that there's always some level of sinking into the mud when it comes to ideas, but I think it's just, having a sense of like, I see reality and it makes sense to me and I'm not crazy. Because I think the problem is when we go through this idea of oh, you can't trust any of your senses, everything is a psyop, everything has been mind controlled and inferred onto you, because of outside external forces, and you can't trust your own perception. I mean, and that's fair enough because cults are real and, government propaganda is a real thing. But you got to what I'm saying is, like, there has to be a certain point where you can say, you know what, the tree I see in front of me actually is a tree. The grass in front of me is actually green. Instead of saying, no, I'm not allowed to say the grass is green because it might secretly be red because I don't have the special, insight about the world. So what I'm talking about is like, trusting your perception and not second guessing yourself. Because I think that's one of my problems in life is that, because I'm a very kind of intellectual and somewhat neurotic person, I tend to doubt myself and I tend to second guess myself a lot. So when you finally feel like you have confidence in an insight you gained and you finally no longer have that sense of self-doubt and that sense of self-questioning, and then you finally, it's like, you know what, I finally figured out. And then you go bring these ideas to the community and they're like, oh, you're not allowed to know that. We don't know anything. You can't say that. And it's like, crap, I'm in uncertainty again. And all I'm saying is, like, I think I think it's important to realize that there might be something, different around the horizon that we don't always have expectation. But I think we have to learn to be able to trust our perception, because if we go around thinking that all of our perception is a psyop, then how can you really find your individual self? It's like, okay, I understand you want to, deprogram the programming, but you still have to find the original you that's hidden underneath all the programming. And I don't, I guess that's where I'm getting at. And like, Shinobi is here. So, hey, what's up, man?
Welcome, dear Shinobi. For those of you that don't know, Shinobi is a decoder. For new people arriving, I like to call him Shinobi Obi-Wan Kenobi. The name hasn't stuck yet. He still is, as we know him. He goes by the name of General Shinobi, but there's another name as well that he uses. I don't know if he's going to tell us about it. He's a decoder, and he's been doing a lot of work in looking at language and what's going on in the world specifically, and the connections between the controlling paradigms, the narcissistic disease of control that we're living through, as well as looking at occult spiritual philosophies and putting them all into order and getting a perspective. Welcome, dear brother, and do tell us a little bit about yourself. It's an honor to have you. Big love, man. Thank you for joining.
What's up, guys? Thanks for the introduction there, Franklin. So I used to call myself Toby Shinobi. I used to call myself Toby Shinobi. It was my name on social media for a while. That's why I'm the Shinobi. And Shinobi is like a ninja. Ninjas are the underdogs, which I've always rolled with. I've always felt drawn to the underdog, like the one who takes action, but not for the gold, not like a samurai who's clad in lots of shiny armor and stuff. I prefer the one that kind of lurks in the shadows and gets the job done, kind of thing. And general, it's nothing to do with the military. It's not like a general of the military at all. It's just having a general perspective on like lots of different things. So that's why I chose the name General Shinobi, because I see myself as a bit of a ninja in the psyche, like in the shadows, and also I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, and I'd rather have that than be an expert in one field, because this way, having a little bit of lots of different things, lots of different threads, it's forever expanding. And this kind of ties into what Cosmic was talking about earlier with enlightened, because I didn't hear you use the word enlightenment, used enlightened. And those two words are very different, because with enlightenment, it's a lightened mind. N is in, lighten is obviously lighter, like less weight, less dense. And ment is mind, which is spirit, which is forever expanding. That's enlightenment. It's a journey, it's not a destination. Whereas enlightened, it has end in it. It means you're enlight, your inner light, your inward journey has ended. So when you say I'm enlightened, that's a shame. Like, not you, Cosmic, I know you didn't say it, but when people say, oh, I'm enlightened, well, your journey's ended. Great. Whereas enlightenment is the journey, and it's the phrase, the joy is in the journey. So that's how I look at it. That's how I find my truth. I'm not going to say the truth, but it's my truth, is the etymology. And it can lead some interesting pathways. And at the beginning of the chat, because I've been listening for a little while, sorry, I need to reply to Vincent saying you don't use fake names. Vincent Muller is a fake name. Is that the name your parents gave you on your birth certificate? Because any name which isn't a name you give yourself is a fake name. There's a whole thread which I won't get into. Yeah, Vincent, big ups. You are you, but are you that name? Who gave you that name? If it's on your birth certificate, that's a fictional character. That's a corporation. So the name on your birth certificate, Mr. whoever, mine would be Mr. Toby Hawks. That's not me. That's my name. That's my fictional character. So right here now, General Shinobi is the person I'm playing here, but this is me at my core. Like, you see me. Forget about the name, forget about the words. Those words are the fate that I've cast. You know, from the past, from the future, I'll bring to you in the present as General Shinobi. But any names, any titles. It's just a Faguzi, whatever. So I wanted to mention at the beginning, you were talking about food and not being like fulfilled, like having a big plate of food, maybe perhaps eating too much, gaining too much knowledge. That made me think of when you're cooking, like part of the process of cooking a meal is your body's digesting it. And if people are eating processed foods, getting processed information, ready-made information, knowledge online, Instagram in a 30-second video, and they think they know it, their psyche or body or gut hasn't had time to digest it. So they think that they know what it is, but really it's just a kind of a shell of what it is, because they haven't gone into it. They haven't dissected it. They haven't made it. They haven't put all of the ingredients together. They've just eaten the meal. So their body, or in this instance, psyche, can't process it properly. So yeah, I'll just throw that out there.
I think it's interesting, words like enlightened. I think this is like something that the new age has like gotten kicks out of, playing word games with people and us throwing words around, and not appreciating like the impact and the power of words, that everybody is off seeking enlightenment or to be enlightened, however people want to conceptualize the ideas, and forgetting that it's not about over there, it's not about out there, it's not about that, it's about this, right? Like what people should be wanting to do, from my perspective, like my opinion would be like I want to pierce the veil of darkness, right? I want to go through the darkness. I want to see it all. I want to light up the dark, right? And it's a very different idea, isn't it? Lighting up the dark. And I think like this is something which sort of does touch on it. And just back to what you were saying as well, Cosmic, I think there's I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense as well. Just to bring that back, I do believe that we are most definitely in this sort of paradigm where everybody wants to pretend that everybody has the same experience, which everybody doesn't have. That is true, right? I'll give you an example. And this is something that's often bugged me. We'll be in a situation and people will be talking about near-life experiences. And I'll hear everybody talking about near-life, and they'll say this and this, or they'll talk about life and death. And it's always interesting, like normally I wouldn't say too much. I'd say, well, what about this? What about this? And people will be like, yeah. Everybody assumes that everybody's got the same knowledge and experience, right? People don't realize that, well, like the right, sometimes you're in a conversation with intelligent people and they say, have you ever had experience of like, being close to death or dying, or at which point the conversation would change. But people make assumptions that no, we've all read the same books, so we all know the same stuff. And this is I think that the toxin that you probably talking about, Cosmic, is that people read books and they think now they've read books and they know about something. Another thing, so being someone who's got like a fair whack of experience of like the other side, myself, the times that I've been close to death, the times that I've crossed over, the times that I've had these powerful experiences that have shaped my sort of path in my life. And then the work that I did, the doula work that I did with all the people that I helped to cross over, right? So I've put in a lot of time and experience of my life to getting close to understanding this life and death principle. And I even, went to go and do went to go and become a palatal care expert in the UK so that I could spend time with people crossing over so that I could get the other side of the coin, right? It puts me in a different perspective of life and death to someone who's read a few books. That's the reality of it. Sort of like people talking about science, right? And we're all talking about science, but there's a person next to us who actually works as a scientist and has worked as a scientist for like 20 years. Like maybe we should listen when they talk. Maybe they've built stuff that we don't understand. You know, like I'm talking about real science. I'm not talking about theoretical. I'm talking about people that are like engineering scientists and they know about building stuff, for example, because we know that there is a seance story with a lot of the so-called science. But people that actually work in science, they get a different perspective of it because they're working in it. They're not just studying it and reading it. And, you know, and another point as well that I think is like quite a big point is the way in which people react. Like I used to tell people sometimes, and I wouldn't say much about it. They said, "Oh, so what have you done in your life?" Well, I've done this, and you're getting to know someone. Yeah, well, I lived in the Himalayas for so many years, and I lived in the jungles for so many years, and I did this for that. And they go, "Oh, you lived in the jungles? Oh, cool." And a lot of people just assume they know what that means, right? And the odd intelligent person goes, "You lived in the jungles?" Yeah. Like, wasn't it dangerous? It was like, yeah, of course, it's dangerous as hell. That's why you don't wear shoes. They'd be like, so you don't wear shoes? So that you can feel the danger. Because if you feel the danger, you'll become super aware of the danger, and you will know that when you're not wearing shoes, you have to be so conscientious not to get your feet hurt. Because an injured foot can be the end of your life if you live in the jungle. And then people stop. And it hits them like, right, you lived in the jungles. Like, but when you're in a conversation, you know, you just say, oh, I lived in the jungles. Most people just, oh, right, you lived in the jungles, cool. And they will assume that they can appreciate and understand that because, of course, I must be able to understand it. I'm a human being. I know what a jungle is. I know what you are. But the idea of actually of thinking about this process is like, hold a moment, like, you know, and I often find it funny because I will meet people who say, oh, I'm a shaman, and I'll tune into them and I'll be like, yeah, and I normally won't say anything, or shamanic practitioner or whatever, and I'll be in my consciousness realizing I couldn't take this person into the jungle. I couldn't, I wouldn't, because I'd be responsible for their demise. They probably wouldn't survive for long. They would probably see the first dangerous thing that they meet and they would panic. And if you panic with a charging bull, or if you panic with a charging wild boar, or if you panic in front of an elephant that's sizing you up, or if you panic with like a big snake, I mean, that's tickets, buddy. That's just about to stamp your ticket. There's no time for panic. You got to have like total iron fist control of your emotions. If you don't have iron fist control of your emotions, you're not ready to go in the jungles. What are you playing at? You're going to panic. If you're so afraid of not being alive that you're going to panic in the jungles and you're going to freak out, then you can't go into the jungles, because like it's a seriously dangerous place and you are going to meet a lot of things that can end your life. And you're going to have to look those things in the eyes, and you're going to have to be calm within your spirit and go, well, I'm okay with not being alive, so I'm fine with this. If you're not at that point of I'm okay with not being alive, you don't belong in the jungles. And so I often, like, I've met these people and they're teaching these courses and stuff, and I just like, I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, you, cool. I've met a lot of people over the years, and a lot of people, they think they know all these amazing things, and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. We read too many books and we live in our imagination, and we become self-obsessed with our own ideas, and we don't viscerally test those ideas in the real world. And I think this is a massive problem, right? And when people, like, I remember being on a farm one day and there was a bull charging me. And I walked across the thing and a bull charged me. And I was in the middle of a paddock and this bull charged me. And instead of panicking, I just stood in the center, just calmed down, focused my breath, and I looked the bull square in the eyes while he was charging me, and I didn't flinch. And the bull stopped shy of me, in front of me, and he was kicking up the dirt and he was doing all these dancing like, I'm going to finish your life. And I just stood calmly looking into his eyes until he calmed down and relaxed. And the farmer came. The farmer was furious with me because there are places where you can walk across farms in the UK where there's like specific paths. And I'd walked through a path, and at that time there was a bull in that paddock, and I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, cool, there's a bull. I'm walking across here, cool. And the farmer freaked out with me. And, I was just like, okay, cool. Like, relax, like, I'm fine. The bull's fine. Keep your panties on, buddy. Get yourself a new pair of like big girl panties because those ones are wet. And I kept going on my way. And some other people there, and they were like saying to me, like you're saying, Cosmic, like, oh, that's like really stupid, really crazy. That's like mad. Like, what the hell? Like, dude, you could have been killed. But that's their own minor perception. You see, they lack the intelligence to do the math like me. My brain works faster than theirs. They would have been killed had they been in my situation. But I'm far more intelligent than them. In 1 second, I was able to do the maths. I'm not going to make it out of this paddock. There's no way I'm making it out of this paddock. It didn't take me 3 seconds or 2 seconds to figure that out. I figured that out instantly. The moment I saw the bull charging, my brain, because of my experience and training in sports and martial arts, works faster. And I know this. And within 1 split second, I did all the maths and I realized there's no way out of this other than to face the bull. I've got two choices. I'm going to use my psychic abilities and my occult knowledge to master this bull psychologically, or I am going to focus all of my ki into one strike, and I'm going to strike on that bull's nose and hope that is enough to deter the bull from killing me. Those are my choices. And so I was confident with both of those choices. I can master my ki, so I've channeled in my energy and focused my energy into my hara. It's like last resort. But then I thought, but hold on, I can actually exert this substance on that animal, and I focused it through my eyes. And I was able to calm the bull down before he attacked me. And so for me, this was a powerful learning curve, right? But to the novices, people who aren't trained in occult knowledge and haven't developed any ESP's abilities, they would think from their own limited perspective, and they would have tried to panic and run to get out of the paddock, but they didn't do the math of how fast that bull's running. And they wouldn't have been able to do the math and realize the bull's going to get you before you get to the paddock. Only now you're trying to run away, the bull's going to maul you. If you run away, the bull will maul you. It's obvious. I know this because I used to train dogs, and I've spent a lot of time with animals in my life. And this was in 1999. And so anyway, I made the right call and the right choice. And so I got a lot of criticism from the group of people that saw this, right? And I didn't have a discussion with them, Cosmic. I didn't need their validation because I knew that they were a bunch of idiots. Because I knew that if I cross-questioned them and said, how fast can you run in so many seconds? How many seconds did that bull take to get to me? How far would you have run in that seconds? How far would you put it to the boundary? Would you have made it to the boundary? No. Would the bull have gotten to you before you made it to the boundary? Yes. I didn't even bother to have that conversation with them because I realized they're just a bunch of fools. If they're so stupid to have not done the maths to realize that there was no other way to deal with the situation other than the way that I dealt with it, then they're not worthy of conversation. So I didn't bother to converse with them. So I think that Cosmic, coming back to you, those people are a test for us when we have particular experience or knowledge. And if you are aware that you know better, then just know better. I think sometimes, people want to measure the world by their own yardstick, and that anthropomorphic projection is a natural part of life, and we will all go through life with that same sort of thing. You will do it, I will do it, they will do it. And so when we're in tune with a wiser person than us, Cosmic, we will be those idiots. Does that make sense? I think we all get an opportunity to play the fool, to play the role of the idiot once in a while. And so it's like you said that you were in a group and people were giving you flack, let them, like, my attitude is, well, maybe you were sharing more than you should have, Cosmic. Maybe you were throwing your pearls before swine, and maybe in the process of throwing pearls before swine, they were the swine, and on some unconscious level, they're aware that they are the swine and you're throwing pearls before them. And so there's a resentment to you because they can sense that you're putting pearls in front of them, but they can't understand and value the pearls for what they are. And so, like the story of Emmanuel saying, don't throw your pearls before swine, I think there's some truth to that. What do you guys think about that as a notion, as an idea?
Yeah, I think it's definitely I think it's always been a very important concept, because in a lot of ways, I think that when it comes to, minds and other people, it's not just that people have different, opinions than us. It's not that just people have different, worldviews, but they have sort of different mental architectures and operating systems, like how they process information, how they understand morality based on different cultures, can be entirely, totally different than the ones that, because I think that with the universalist culture, the problem is assuming everybody thinks and acts, the same way that you do. And I think a lot of that, it's like, there's a psychology of projection, because I think a lot of people are familiar with like, narcissistic projection. You have some kind of, negative quality and you project that out onto people. So for example, like if you're a narcissist and, you're somebody who's a liar, you're going to not accept that you're a liar, but then assume everyone else, is a liar, essentially. Well, I think we also have to be dangerous because I think normal people do that, but we do that in a positive way. So the positive version of that is a positive projection, is where you think, oh, I'm an honest person, so I'm going to assume that other people are honest. And I think that this thing that I'm talking about today and the thing that you're talking about is kind of an aspect of that sort of that positive, projection where you're assigning certain sort of benevolent and positive qualities onto people that may or not actually exist there, but merely are kind of like reflections of your own being. Because sometimes you project those qualities onto those people, and those people, when you get to know them, don't actually have those qualities. So, and a lot of times, like, we have to think about, like, why it's important to be honest about ourselves and how we look at people, because, sometimes, it can be hurtful to, not always be nice all the time. But I think when you're honest and you're not always nice all the time, when you actually do say something nice and kind, people are like, oh, he really means it. Because I think when you're always nice, people question, are like, are you really a nice person? Or are you just saying that because, you don't want to avoid any conflict? Because this person that I was arguing with the other day was a perfect example of someone who, they act nice and they act kind and friendly, but they're not kind and friendly because they have any actual empathy or care for who you are as a person. They only act kind because I don't want to deal with any confrontation. I don't want to deal with any conflict, and I just don't want to deal with that. So I think when it comes to casting pearls before swine, you have to think about, like, sometimes you might think, you have this insight that you have that, this is really important to me. It's really given me a better understanding of the world. I feel more in tune with who I am and who, myself. And sometimes that insight can, really help you out. But I find that sometimes when you share certain ideas and insights with people, sometimes they'll want to shoot it down and they'll want to say that, oh, this is stupid, or you're an idiot, or like, you haven't come up with anything new. And they try to like pare it down, because I understand, like, on one level, sometimes people take advice and, they just chew it up and they don't even take the pearls. What I'm saying is sometimes not only do the pigs, eat the pearls that you laid out in front of them, sometimes they spit the pearls back out into your face and try to, knock your eye out with them. And so, like, there's a whole different level of that where it's like there's that resentment and that but like it obviously it is a proverbial challenge to like go through life and like have that kind of sense of discernment where it's like, on the one hand, you don't want to be so egotistical and high off of your own supply that you completely disregard all of the opinions of others. But you also don't want to be the other side where you're a yes man who tries to please everyone and constantly doubts themselves because you constantly need the validation and the approval of other people. And I think for me, that's why I always walk the path of the mysterious and, the unknown, because in a lot of ways it gives me the space to grow and the sort of the humility to accept new ideas and new concepts, but without having to sort of conform to that group dynamic where you kind of have to filter all of your insights and ideas through the sort of the cultural milieu that you exist in. You have to kind of basically take your sort of gnosis and insight and basically kind of compromise it so that it sort of fits in with the tradition around you. Like, I'm thinking about like the early Christians and the Gnostics, and that in a lot of ways that, Gnosticism and early Christianity, from my understanding, I could be wrong with this, wasn't necessarily connected with Judaism. But in order for these Gnostics to essentially sort of save face and sort of exist in their culture, they had to kind of make a compromise with their belief system, where they kind of took those Gnostic ideas and they made them sort of watered down so that they sort of convert with where they comport with Judaism. And I think that is kind of what inevitably sort of turned into the Christianity we know today. So we see even in historical evidence how a lot of like belief systems and sort of religious ideas had to be kind of stripped down or compromised so that they could sort of fit within the sort of like the religious, structure, so to speak. So I don't know. I kind of went off on a bunch of tangents with the pearls before swine, but I think in general it also doesn't just apply to occult wisdom, but I think it just applies to all sort of ideas in general. Is that you got to like give the pearls to somebody that actually can find some real use to them, not just some pig that's just gonna swallow them up. Because I think sometimes we think we're gonna give you this necklace of pearls and you're gonna look really good and we're gonna help you out, and you're like, hey, but wait a minute, like, you were supposed to wear that necklace, you weren't supposed to eat it. What are you doing? And I think with ideas and concepts, it's kind of the same thing. It's like we give them like somebody an insight or a concept like as a necklace, right? But instead of wearing the necklace, they start eating the necklace. And you're like, wait a minute, I gave you that necklace to wear. You weren't supposed to eat the necklace. So yeah, like the whole pearls before swine thing is like an incredibly crucial part of this discussion.
Yeah, talking about casting pearls for swine, Franklin, I've shared a couple of images there. If you want to share them on the screen. So I think this fella needs a bit of time out, because to be honest with you, like always in the chat, he's just spewing absolute nonsense about Satan. I am Satan. I'm Michael. So he's clearly taken offense to me saying that our names on the birth certificate is a legal fiction, saying that I will bury my sons. Obviously, this geezer doesn't live around here. He probably lives in another country. So this is taking that saying to a whole nother level. If you don't like something someone doesn't say, just ignore it, get on with it. But I think this is a vile little creature who's in the chat, to be honest with you. Clearly mentally unstable. So I think somebody needs to be removed.
Yeah, this guy has been around for a long time. He's always kind of like posting these like asides in the chat. Like, I don't really get the sense that Vincent actually has like an interest in the discussions we're talking about. He seems like some kind of like right-wing Christian guy that just likes to kind of like do side trolls in the comments. So I don't really know why he's here or like why he hangs out or like what his purpose for being around here. Because clearly, like, he doesn't agree with any of the stuff we're talking about. He just likes to talk shit in the chat over here. So I'm not really sure, why are you here, Vincent? Like, what are you wasting your time for? You're here like every Saturday too.
Yeah, I just think people need to be called out. So that's why I thought I'd share that. I'm never one to like stir anything, but mate, people need to be called out. Like, if you don't agree with something, that's fine. But saying things like that when I can't clip you around the ear, that's not really on, is it? Really, when you don't live near me, say it to my face, you know. But no one talks shit about my family, my friends, or let alone my sons. So, you know, had to share that. You know, it's relevant because we're talking about casting swines for casting pearls for swine. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's a fair comment, Cosmic, about Vincent, because he does actually also engage in the conversations. Though I agree that the comment about someone's children is it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. You know, I think that maybe was not a tasteful comment. It's always good to apologize when we say something like that, because as a father, you know, I tend to be pretty protective over my son, and I can imagine like Shinobi feels the same element of protection. Always leave people's children and mothers out of a conversation, I think, is the moral of the story. Don't go for people's mothers and don't go for people's children. Because those are like two very touchy subjects for boys or men, you know. But Cosmic, I don't think that's a fair comment for Vincent either. You know, he does actually add to the conversations. He speaks in his own code, in his own language, though he definitely has an interest in the occult. He doesn't agree with everything that everybody's saying, but you know, we don't all have to agree. Though I do think we should leave people's children and mothers out of conversations. But that said, you know, no hard feelings. Vincent, please do apologize to Shinobi for saying that about his kids.
Well, there are hard feelings. He's a dickhead and he clearly doesn't live in England. So, and he's been saying it again as well. He keeps saying it, to be honest with you. So, I mean, if this fella lived down the road, it'd be different. I'd go and deal with it myself. But unfortunately, this is a digital platform. Sometimes people pretend to be a big man when it's online, when they don't have the weight behind it. So it's not like he's just said it once. He said it a few times. He said it like 3 or 4 times. And he may well sometimes say stuff, but like just rambling. Heaven and earth shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt in the heat. Godfather 3. We're talking about spiritual narcissism. This guy's clearly a narcissist. And as far as I'm concerned, he never says anything useful. I'm not a troll, I'm a LARP. I play Vincent from Godfather 3. Mate, just ask a chat if anyone wants him around. I don't think anyone does, to be honest with you. Waste man.
Well, Vincent, do please bear in mind, like, about people's children and mothers. If I'd probably be also annoyed if someone spoke about my child or my mother. And you know, I completely see where you're coming from as well. You know, when the moment you feel like, you know, something harmful said towards your kids, the name thing, I think, is something that people will have different feelings about. I don't know where I sit with that particularly, because I do think that the birth certificate is one thing, but I do think that parents have always named their children. And so it's because like it's the person who's best qualified to understand the being coming into the world is the person who brought them into the world, in a sense, because they were like a little piece of me. So when I named my son Joshua, and his mom wanted to name him Eli, and then we were like, okay, we got these two names, and she wanted it to be Eli Joshua, and I was like, yeah, but Joshua Eli sounds more musical. Think about it. And she thought about it and she realized, yeah, Eli Joshua, Joshua Eli, those two names do sort of ring. So I think in the old days, the mother and the father would each have a name they would want to name their child. And then usually they would figure out which names fit better, first and second name, and then maybe name their child that. I don't know. That's just how. So his name is very much Joshua, even though it's on his birth certificate. The birth certificate might be a load of shite, in my opinion. It's a drudgery, and it's great. Like if you ever somewhere you don't have toilet paper, you got a birth certificate, you got to go. It's a number 2. It's an emergency. At least you got a birth certificate, so it's got utility. But further than that, it's not so much of a utility in my perspective in terms of real life, other than fitting into government pockets. But yeah, I still think like a basic etiquette of respect is important. That's an interesting point, respect. And I see where you're coming from, Toby, getting all fired up. I can get fired up too. Like, you're ready to have a fisticuffs, and I probably would be too.
The only thing I get fired up about is arrogance and lack of respect. Like, respect is earned. I never give anyone respect unless, like, if they do anything, like, it's always a level playing field. If they do anything, respect straight away, and if they do something that deems respect, I'll give somebody respect. But the only things that really make me angry are when people are arrogant and claim to know something is solid. When people's like, this is how it is, my way or the highway. Or if people are rude, and it's it's not so much anger. It's more of like, just obviously we spend a lot of time researching topics and stuff like that. And with people who just like, it's sheer like audacity, really. And it's not even saying anything to me. It's saying, I'll bury my family and I hope I bury my children. But it's done hiding behind a computer. So, like,
implying that they're going to die before you. Yeah.
Well, yeah. And how I understand this realm to work with subtle things, I wouldn't think that about somebody, let alone say it or type it or cast it out into the... Mate, as far as you know, Vincent, I could do some dark magic to you tonight while you're sleeping, and you won't know about it. Will I? Well, I don't know. I'll leave that up to you to decide. And perhaps I don't have to do anything. Perhaps I do. Again, I'll let you decide. And it might not be me doing it. It might just be you. But I'll just cast that now. That's not me doing anything. It's going to be you doing it to yourself. Okay, so I'll just leave it there. And I don't want to take up any more time on this, but I've just got no wiggle room for people who are rude or arrogant or step out of line, really. I think we're all here to share information. Everyone in the chat's always friendly. That's not needed, really. So apologies, everyone, for getting a bit hyped up, but it needed to be said. So there.
Well, there we go. Talk about pissing on batteries, eh? Phew, battery pissing. We've had a battery pissing contest here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the battery pissing. It's been a contest to who can piss on whose battery. Let's get those batteries out. Make a long line, people. Like Sir Lancelot. Pick a slot. Welcome, Jenna. I hope you are well. Jenna Gilmore official. Oh, It sounds like a very official name. Lovely. Welcome. And Rebecca. Lovely to see you, Rebecca. Big love, big blessings. Yeah, getting back to the point of the inward journey. The inward journey is such a personal journey. And please, people, would you let me know in the chat, are there times when my mic goes scratchy? Because I noticed when I was listening to other live roundtables, sometimes when I'm talking, there's like a sound on the mic, and I don't understand what it is. I thought maybe it was because I was bumping the cable or something. It's a bit scratchy today. I mean, for the people watching on the YouTube, because I've noticed there have been issues in the studio of StreamYard, like when Toby was talking, the lights weren't flashing next to his name. So I just wanted to get a neutral perspective of people in the thing. So it gets a bit scratchy sometimes. That's really interesting to know. Well, thanks for that, guys. But yeah, I think like this inner journey is such a personal thing. It's not a outward journey. It's a very personal journey. And I think we need to recognize that and keep it real when we're considering that, because it might be the cable for this mic. Maybe I need to look at the cable. Maybe I need to change the cable. So I'll change the cable and we'll see whether that persists or whether that gets better. It could be a cable matter. But I think like when it comes to these stories of being able to sort of figure out our path into ourselves to relate and connect with the inner aspects of ourselves, it's really like fundamentally important for us to bear in mind that in life, we're often sort of challenged. We're often sort of going to be finding that this inner journey is not going to be so easy because of our feelings, and our feelings will often get in the way of this gateway journey that we're going through. And so when we're looking at the inner journey, we are looking at Venus, essentially. Venus is related to the arch. Whenever you see an arch, you're traveling through an arch, you're traveling through Venus. And Venus is the arch to the inner way, journeying inward. Neptune is where we're traveling towards, the universal field. And the moon is the way, the guide. The moon is sort of the guide that takes us inwards. And so that's the sublimation of the lunar potential energetically. The Venus represents that journey inwards. And I think like it's really, really a big deal. I think it's really important for us to recognize that. We do need to be super conscious and super aware that there is this sort of process, and that on the journey inwards, we have to lose parts of ourselves. That's like the really important part. Like Inanna, on her journey into the underworld, right? Because Inanna is the original archetype, or one of the older archetypes of Venus. And we'll see the same story repeated in different cultures, where she had to travel down to the underworld. And in that process of journeying into the underworld, inward, she had to leave parts of herself behind. She had to remove 7 different items. It was a lapis lazuli robe, rosary, a lapis lazuli jewelry on her, I think her bangles, a lapis lazuli wand, a whole lot of these items had to be taken off at each stage of the journey so that she could arrive at the underworld naked. And I think there's a powerful sort of symbol being revealed here, that on this journey inwards, we need to leave our worldly belongings behind And by worldly belongings, I don't mean necessarily physical objects. I mean those subjective objects that attach us to the world, that relate to our persona, relating to our ego, objectification tactics of our desires, the passions that rule us, the emotions that guide us, the thoughts that inform us, the ideas that conform us. All of these have to be left behind. And so there's a certain degree of vulnerability that is absolutely necessary for embarking upon the inner journey. And that vulnerability, I think, is best symbolized by Emmanuel's sort of cosmic cosmology or teachings of the child, the inner child. And that inner child that represents the, call it the Christos, call it whatever you want as a symbol, I think is the key to this entire journey. And it once again, the child is what we have to become in order to do the inner journey. We have to become vulnerable. We have to become simple. We have to drop all the things we think we know at the door, because the knowledge might get us to the door, and the knowledge might help us to turn the lock, to open the door. Though when we step through that door, we have to leave layers of it behind. And the deeper we go, the more of it we have to leave behind, until we become as vulnerable as a little child. And in that vulnerability, we start to embrace cosmic unity. And so there's an interesting idea, cosmic unity. Now, I know how you feel about unity, or that word oneness, which I refrain from using, because firstly, it's not a proper word. Secondly, it's defined and informed by the New Age, which has got its own weird connotations. But by unity, I'm speaking about becoming attuned to the unified field whereby telepathy is possible, whereby unified field that transcends timelines as we know it will give us insights into the future, give us visions, give us premonitions of the future. And there are many of these Sidhi, or many of these powers that are sort of intrinsic to, to this telepathy, prophecy, telekinesis, clairvoyance, clairaudience, all these other aspects of that unity, as we start to embrace it, start to become latent. And obviously, depending our character and our proclivities, some attributes will become more latent in some people, and other attributes will become more latent in other people. And so I think that's an interesting point of leaving part of ourself behind. We become so fixated on who we think we are and who we're becoming, and what we've learned and what we know, and our own power and our own strength, that we drop. We have to drop this. And so there's that sort of interesting perspective. What do you guys think about this? Having to give up the good and the bad in order to transcend this world of physical longing and attachment to the wheel of karmic change that we imply upon ourselves through our conscience and through our own experience, that traps us through this field of experience that is bound by expectation into a world that repeats. And in order to really transcend all these cycles of repetition, we've got to actually undo all the good that we've done in order to become better. And it's sort of like the idea of a snake shedding its skin. What are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like, we all have these resonating ideas that we found to be intuitively true or rationally true from our analysis, and we cling to these ideas. But some people have been able to have capabilities where they're able to see beyond the veil, see things that they could never have imagined. And so I think for these people, there's an interesting situation that happens where they understand things that are not yet known by others. And in those situations, these people can be kind of lost and usually guarded to be able to share the information because it's things that people are they're not really familiar in their worldviews of this truth that has been found. But there was more of a deeper understanding in ancient times where there were people that were known as prophets. And those people were regarded as being able to see the future, being able to understand things before they happen, being able to see realms that are unseen, being able to go there and return. So I feel like in our world, these people are around, and there's people that will um ostracize them for being uh braggarts or condescending or know-it-alls or somewhat of a um airy fairy overly imaginative person. So I think we have to acknowledge that people are on many different levels in their knowledge base and their worldviews. And I think it's important at this point in our development as a society where we're starting to integrate and arise and awaken and balance out and ground together that we can start to see things in a way that we have a way that we can focus on the common ground between each other instead of focusing on the differences. And I think we can really integrate much more uh deeply when we can stop focusing on things that are not resonating with each other and we can focus on the things that do. But at the same time, in our personal journeys, I feel like, as you mentioned with Inanna and her descent to the underworld, who is later known as Ishtar in the Akkadian nomenclature, and then Asherah in the Hebrew understanding, and Ishtar being pronounced as Easter, which is the goddess that we celebrate during the Easter holiday. I think a lot of this nomenclature that's in the etymology of these things can bring a lot of wisdom and insight to like what things really mean. Although some people aren't ready to accept this, and some people would rather have things be the simple ways that they have been taught without the deeper understanding. But I think we can talk to each other within the depths of one another's understanding that resonates. And people like in the past that have been considered saints and prophets usually had this ability to speak in parables and speak in ways that don't trample other people's understanding. They'll use analogies and metaphors and similes to kind of explain things in simple, basic ways that even a child could understand. And I think if we could start to use these type of ways to communicate with people that are closed to more deeper lines of thought, that we could reach people better. And I've been trying to work on this my whole life. And I think through starting to put things into new words, starting to verbally frame things in such ways that can be more universal, could be behoove us in all the collective to be able to integrate with each other and help each other learn deeper understandings, more of the importance of our own personal journeys, helping point the door to people that they can cross for themselves to enter into personal self mastery. And, some people, it's not that time. I think a lot of times when people want to go into self mastery, oftentimes it's from after a near death experience or hitting rock bottom and wanting to change uh, their way of seeing things and wanting to throw out the whole previous broken worldview that they had and replace it with something deeper that's more insightful. And they're ready to listen to someone that's more deeply versed in having done that themselves and sharing the power that it gave them. So I feel like for the vast majority, that's not going to be the case. They're going to be wanting to stay to their closed-minded ideas of what's familiar, what were taught to them, and what they're programmed to think as children. And so we have to respect that. And I think that for us to want to push everybody into an inward journey, that when they're not really geared up for it yet, we have to allow them to be in the way they want to be. I think most people just want to laugh and say silly, ridiculous things. It makes them feel good to have that emotional thing. Like Franklin mentioned earlier, children can do things like this. They just want to be silly, and that shows us like they have a deep insight that can provide us with a different kind of understanding than rational knowledge and understanding a knowledge base in its entirety. And so I think there's some merit to that, and we have to consider those things as well. Like I think that it comes first and foremost. Respect people's emotions, and don't do things that are going to fluster them or disturb them. But then, if you're able to go further into sharing a deeper conversation, then those are like a truly joyful experience um, type of scenarios. And basically, when I'm able to have deeper conversations with people, it's such a relief to me because I've never really been very well versed in small talk, and it's never appealed to me. So a lot of people appreciate that about me because I kind of look for those kind of people in the world. And when people want to talk to me about sports and weather and the news and jokes, I'm usually disinterested in it, and it kind of bothers them. So I probably need to become a little bit more well-rounded and be able to at least play that game for a little bit with people, just to make them feel a little bit more wholesome and well received. And I think it could help for me and for them as well. But I think that's another thing that's shared in all of our universal journeys, is that balance yields harmony. And for each person, what balance means is going to be different. We have certain things that we're great at, certain things that we're not so good at. Some people are okay at everything, but not great at anything particular. And so when we consider these things, it's good to start to work on that balance, and that can yield harmony for yourself and for the people in your world. And I think ultimately for my journey, I've found that um, personally, like the deeper that I can go into understanding things, for me, that's more of a drive that I have. I want to be able to go into understanding things at a more complex and deeper level of understanding. It brings me joy to be able to understand things at such a level where not only can I understand what I've known about things, but I can also be open to learning new things. And I think to me, that's something I've always valued, to be ability to be a teacher to people about things, because I've learned about them in deep complexity and understanding, but at the same time, being able to listen to other people that may not have as deep of an understanding, but have insights that can help me overcome some of the ignorance that I might have overlooked. And so I feel like everyone can offer something to everyone else at some point in their lives. And no matter who that is, no matter how much capacity they have to communicate or to understand things, we can learn so much from each other. And I really deeply feel that the golden tapestry of our collective understanding is only done with a golden thread from each one of us. And we all provide something to that picture. It's not always going to be a wealth of volumes of information that we learned from reading, or all of the experiences we've had of entertaining people and cheering people up, that we're able to be good at that. It's going to be all these different things. It's going to be some of this and some of that and some of everything. So I think it's very important for people to be able to have the freedom to be able to think and speak about the things that appeal to them. And I think that's important for us all, because um, a lot of people want to stick to what's only known for certainty, whereas other people want to speculate on things that could be intuitively right. And some of those people are going to go off the deep end and end up holding information that's not actually based in our actuality, but it's also a story. So the power of the story, the power of fiction, the power of imagination, that's another thing that's really important as well. And some people might criticize that, it's like, this is not really based in anything that's real in our world. It's just kind of your own story. But at the same time, that's an interesting thing, that we can have these stories that can be captivating. that can allow our imaginations to unfold and expand. So I really feel like, for me, I've been so grateful for the versatility of ideations. And in Taoism, as a proponent of ancient philosophical Taoism that I am, it's suggested that the Tao allows all different types of perspectives and understandings. There's innumerable ways for us all to see the same thing in a completely different way, and none of them are wrong. So I feel like that in that sense, that we can really start to realize that even though we're all seeing the same actuality beyond us and from within us, as the observer is observing us having that experience within us in our inner eye, where people can access that kind of a state of mentality from deep meditation, where they're going beyond the person that's acting in the world, and they're seeing the person. That there's the inner eye that's seeing the person, observing the person that's having the thoughts, that's making the actions. And I feel like that's something that maybe is common amongst us all. I mean, Isaac Bentov said that once we go into higher consciousness, this is a place where we all share the same mind. When we come down deeper into the lower mind of the corporeal mind of the physical and material realm, this is where we split apart into many different understandings. And this is just one model of understanding how ideation works and how the different ideas come together and integrate or diverge. But it's also very consistent over the understanding through ancient mysticism, where we see that in the work of Hermes, in the book of Asclepius, where Hermes gave his discourse to Asclepius, he suggests that the material realm is going to draw us apart from the divine. And once we're stuck in the impulses of the carnal world, of various transgressive inclinations that we might have towards following our impulses, people can be difficult to work with. People can become stuck in their vices. Whereas people that are willing to look past that and understand that those are some of the necessities of survival, but we can focus more on our associations with the higher consciousness and the divine, those people are able to work past their lower selves and use their higher self to grow closer to something that brings people into a way of compassion, where they're able to realize that the delusion of self being separated from others and the world around us really is not necessary to become stuck in. We can start to realize that we are not just a personal body and mind, but we are deeply interconnected to all of the minds of existence, all of the bodies, all of the realms of matter and beyond. So I think when we can get to this state of being, we can then be of service to others, whether or not they really want to understand that this is like a different way than they're in. But we could just be there in service to them, and part of that is understanding things on their level. So I feel like trying to tell everybody what they should be doing, or that they should be like us, or that they could be going further to overcome some of the problems that they've created in their lives from their own the futility of their own impulses not being questioned. That's something that would probably be for a time if that person decides to make changes in their life and they want to find that guidance. But I think something that all people of wisdom understand is that you shouldn't give advice to people that don't seek it. You shouldn't try to heal people that don't want to be healed. So as hard as that is to accept sometimes, we can do that in our own subtle ways without overtly trying to tell people what they should do differently, but just be in service to them and go and provide them with, what they seek in the world. Maybe they need a laugh. Maybe they need just to be heard. Maybe they want somebody to appreciate what they have to share about current events that they've come across and how important they are to them. And I think this could really bring everyone together. We could start to see things in that light, where we can put down our inclination towards wanting to be right, wanting to show people what we need to show them because they need to know it, and start to listen more because we have two ears and one mouth. But before I finish, I just wanted to mention one last thing. There's two representations of anger that can be manifested in the world. One of which is being stuck in the anger, always acting on the anger, not really aware of the fact that we're acting on an emotion that we harbor, possibly and usually rooted in something that happened to us in the past, and emotionally reacting at people, projecting our hurt that's within our heart space onto the people around us in order to get it out of our system. That's one way in which people can communicate anger. Another way to communicate anger is to step back and start to look at that anger for what it is instead of acting on it. And by doing that, we can start to, instead of misdirect that energy towards others and project it in order to escape it, you can start to go into that and have deeper understanding of where does this come from within me, and is this something that I can work on? And this is not only just with anger, but it's something with all emotional reactions like sadness and anxiety and fear, depression, and various things. So I feel like for me, that's been an insightful way to understand that sometimes people will be in a state where they haven't started to realize that they're pushing away their power. They're giving it to others when they say that somebody else did the problem. They're to blame. But it's not our place here in the world, as far as I see, that we should be blaming other people and trying to change them for our own emotional reactivity and our actions based on that inner hurt that we have. So maybe that's just me, but I really feel like it could all behoove us to um, start to be more considerate of others and not talk to them about things they don't want to hear. Because in Hebrew and the Kabbalah, they say that the first step of like 144 steps or whatever it is, I'm not exactly sure how many, off the top of my head, is to not steal, which is like taking things, or not doing what you're paid to be doing at work, or talking to somebody about what they don't want to hear. That's a form of stealing. You're stealing their attention. And if we were to do less of that and start to listen more, I think that could help us all. And it can be difficult to listen, especially when we're hearing things that don't resonate with us. But sometimes it could be good to allow ourselves to do that.
Right. So I wanted to kind of talk about Bush Whisperer. You mentioned Inan myth earlier, because there's a couple things I wanted to mention that are really important about that. One is the understanding that if you think about that story, that she's, in a sense, you frame it that she's removing aspects of herself, but in a lot of ways, these are all external objects that are basically, on her nude body. And you think about a lot of what those objects essentially represent are sort of societal roles and titles and expectations. So in a sense, it's that, they're bringing, in the sense that they're bringing that onto her, in a sense. And two is that within that spiritual journey of sort of shedding layers and sort of becoming spiritual naked is also the acknowledgement of realizing that other people are also spiritually naked under their egos. And once you start to understand that, you tend to look at humanity in a different way. So in a lot of ways, when you do this inner work, you're not just, fixing yourself or understanding yourself. It actually gives you a different insight into how other people and the world operates. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning
I
that.
think
An honest story.
I think what you're saying is makes sense, Cosmic, and it's probably worthy of deeper consideration. So I wanted to respond to also what India had said, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying there, with the Tao, with the ideas, with the philosophy of being open. I like to prize myself as being sort of open-minded to everything halfway. Halfway there, but only halfway there. I'm halfway open-minded to everything. halfway closed-minded to everything. That's sort of the way I like to see myself, sort of being sort of half-half. That seems to make sense for me, because that way I don't have to believe things when I hear them, but I don't have to outright contradict them in my head. I can sort of, okay, I don't know how I feel about it. On the fence. Yeah, I think being on the fence is quite healthy when it comes to philosophy and mental ideas. And but I do want to respond to, and it's something that I mentioned earlier, and it's with regards to the two fields of perspective. The two fields of perspective, I would relate them to as saying like being the personal contextual story, right? And then the actual manifesting story, or the actual, let's just call it the actual, is probably the best. And I'll give you context and understanding of what I mean. Like on a personal level, our personal feelings and our personal ideas are all relevant. And there is no necessarily right or wrong in the world when it comes to personal context in terms of the narrative, because every human being is an individual and they're unique. And what's poisonous for one human being can be medicinal for another human being, and vice versa. So there is this important personal perspective and personal context that needs to always be appreciated for any particular ideology, belief system, philosophy. I don't think it's wrong for people to be Christians. I don't think it's right for people to be Christians. I think some people get a lot of benefit out of a particular belief system. Other people, it's detrimental towards their well-being. And so, for some people, being an agnostic might be better for their biochemistry. Who knows? Who am I to judge? But I do think that there comes a point where the contextual narrative, what we're talking about here, which is a personal story and our personal relation, meets in the world of the manifest. And so people could say that, well, for my body, I know a guy in India who believes that for his body, eating car tires is the best way forward. And he does it every day. Now, we know that the human body wasn't designed to eat car tires, and he eats car tires every day long. Yeah, if you go to Rishikesh, anybody traveling to Rishikesh, go to Rishikesh and go and ask about the guy who eats car tires and see if he's still around there. You can go and hang out with him while he eats car tires, and you can watch him eat car tires. It's something to witness, something to experience. It's a head trip, man. He reckons it's working for him. But I think, though, and I'll give you a context and understanding of what I mean. For example, when it comes to, let's say, Taoism, you mentioned Taoism, Indy. So let's bring it into the context. If you're working with Taoist energy and you're working with the chi of the kidneys and the chi of the liver, hypothetically, and the liver chi, which according to Chinese medicine, right, is when it's unbalanced, relates to angry emotions. And the kidney chi, when it's unbalanced, relates to fearful emotions. And then we're looking at how the kidney chi interacts with the heart chi. And the heart chi can be related to being anguished, or what do you call it when you are anxious? So when the heart chi is out of balance and out of harmony, then anxiousness can be a result. And that anxiousness, if it's coupled with the liver chi, anger, can become expression of temperamentality, just as an example, right? So these are tried and tested systems of Chinese medicine. What happens, Indy, when somebody steps forward and they say, no, I believe that liver chi has got nothing to do with anger. And so when my clients come to me and they're saying they got angry issues, I give them herbal medicines that's going to help their, I don't know, their spleen. Right? And they don't believe that the spleen's energy relates to, when it's out of balance, to emotions related to worry or pensive mental aerobics. That's like a pattern of the mind not being able to let go of an idea, like a dog with a bone. So this is where I'm pushing back a little bit. Like, I think there comes a point where there is foundational knowledge and manifestational truth, even within Taoism. And if you went to a Taoist and the Taoist saw you handing out medicine for people's spleen, when they told you clearly that they were suffering from something that relates to the liver, for example, that's not necessarily going to be healthy for those people, because now your medicine for the spleen they don't need is going to create another set of imbalances in their spleen, which is going to cause them to start worrying. So now they're not just going to be angry because of the liver chi, they're now going to be in the spleen worrying about the anger in the liver chi. Now they're going to have two problems. Do you see where I'm coming from? Like, there is a foundational knowledge and the foundational truth to how the physical body works, for example, that you'll find New Age people will come forward and they say, no, that's not true. This is like this. But when you actually apply that, it's harmful. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a concern that people should have. But also at the same time, I feel like it's very important for people to be allowed to be ignorant and sick as a guard to other people, to see the detriments of ignorance and sickness. Because if everybody was healed and listened to their masters that knew everything that was right for them, and nobody was sick or hurt or injured or carried ignorance, it'd be easy for people to fall into those pitfalls unknowingly, because they wouldn't even be aware that they had existed. And so I think it's important that people can see people failing in the world to learn from their mistakes. And I think we can do so much better to learn from the mistakes than others, than having to experience them ourselves and go through the damages that it causes and the denial that it can put us in, and the prolonging of the ability to heal ourselves because of being stuck in the past or too preoccupied with the future. So I feel like there's a benefit to even those difficult situations, which makes it hard for people to want to allow that to even happen. They want people to be more willing to understand what's true, more willing to be able to take the right medicine that's going to help them. But if the people really do have free will, they should be allowed to make the wrong mistake. They should be allowed to carry ignorance. But at the same time, I don't think it should be good that people should be giving out the wrong medicine out of ignorance. I think that we should have more of a higher regard for people that have been given positions of being able to guide others and offer them healing, and make sure that they are well aware of the possibilities of doing the wrong thing, and learning how to give out the proper thing at the proper time to the right people. So I think there's a lot of merit to that, and I think it should have more to do with the fact of people that are in the higher place of offering the healing. That should be more looked after, to make sure that they're doing the right thing. Whereas the people that are receiving the healing, I don't think we should necessarily force them to have to do it. But I feel like we should definitely provide a better impetus for them. And, it's only in their best interest. But at the same time, people can be defiant. And so sometimes by telling them what they have to do, it's going to have the reverse effect. So there's always that as well.
You know, the context that I'm talking about, and let me share an experience here, right? So, for example, people are teaching at the moment, And so there's two sides of this coin, right? Firstly, there are these fake shamanic practitioners, right, that were doing a day job in 2019, right, working 9 to 5 as a, I don't know, as a store manager, right? And then COVID came and they didn't work anymore. And in 2021, they started developing an interest, started watching a few YouTube videos about, I don't know, let's say breath work. And they watched a few YouTube videos about breath work while they were like ramping back into work, but they didn't find a job that they liked that was like really their good job. And they were developing a sort of casual interest in breath work. So they decided to read a book about breath work, or let's say shamanism, better shamanism. Yeah, we're talking about shaman. And so they read a couple of books written by so-called people who know about shamanism. And they decided that they really liked this idea of shamanism. And in 2022, they decided to start, like, they got themselves a drum. 2023, they were like still like fumbling around, trying to learn to play their drum a little bit. And they read some more books about shamanism. They watched a few YouTube videos by those so-called shamanic practitioners talking about shamanism. These are people that haven't actually necessarily had any real exposure to any true shamanism, but also have read books about shamanism and probably also got inspired during COVID-19 to get an interest in shamanism. And then this person saw a course on the internet. And the course said, wow, you can become a shaman in like 6 months and you can get certified as a shaman. And so they went to go and do this course, and it cost like a whole lot of money. And 2024 came, they did their course, right? And they were now a certified shaman. They had a certificate and they were the real deal, a real shaman. And they had learned whatever nonsense that new age person that was cashing in, ching, 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 cash, teaching people to be real shaman. And then they went out and they started doing like shamanic work, right? Because now they're a shamanic practitioner and they can do the work because they've been, and they got a certificate. And now you got all the people in the world that don't know what shamanism is. And they see this, wow, the certificate of a shamanic practitioner. And they don't realize that like the person who made that certificate got an AI to help them design a certificate. And then they quickly went down the road and they registered themselves as an NGO or as a company. And they put their company letterhead onto the certificate to make it seem official. And they are now a shamanic studio and they've got certificates. And like the truth is, John can do the same thing. Mary can do the same thing. In fact, I bet that Paul, who lives on the corner, can quickly sort out certification. Within 2 weeks, he could be handing out shamanic practitioner certificates. Having never known or read a book about shamanism or ever been trained as a shaman or having ever had experience as a shaman, he could be making money selling these certificates as shaman. And so you've got these ridiculous ideas now that the public are thinking, oh, well, like maybe people should get certificates as shaman from those other fake people that were just really cashing in on money, right? Because it's not something that real shaman would do, right? So you've got this, the blind leading the blind idea in the new age. And the same can be said for breath work, right? Same idea. Somebody started in COVID time, they read a few books, they watched a few videos, they went to a breathwork seminar here or there, they found someone else who decides they can give them a registration, and now you're a certified breathwork specialist. They did the course, they paid their $4,000 to do this ridiculous short little course to get their money, and now they're a breathwork specialist. They've got a certificate and they're like official, right? And now they go out teaching breath work, which is essentially pranayama. But they don't really understand the implications of the breath work that they're teaching necessarily, because for them it was easy. But let's just say that these people don't have psychic, intuitive, natural abilities. So they don't understand what's going to happen when they come face to face with a highly advanced old soul, that this breath work that they did is fine for them, is going to cause a full-fledged Kundalini awakening with ESP and psychic abilities attached to it in this other human being, because they don't know, because they don't have a background in pranayama. They don't understand how pranayama affects the brain and the neurology and the hormonal systems. And so they go teaching this breath work now, and they're making a lot of money. Yeah. They're making a good like $5,000, $10,000 a month teaching their breath work or their shamanic, whatever courses. And they are potentially doing harm to some people, because some people come to their breathwork seminars and they go away having had a full Kundalini awakening. They don't know what's wrong with them. They come back to the so-called teacher who doesn't really understand what's going on themselves, because they don't have the actual experience. And now this person, having come back, said, this is what's happening to me. That person, not having the actual background and the experience, says X, Y, Z to them. They go off. The X, Y, Z doesn't stick, doesn't make sense. They can't digest it. They can't understand it. So what do? They go to the local hospital, the doctor, who now diagnoses them with a different illness. And because they are coming to that medical practitioner that lacks the understanding and the awareness and the perception to know exactly what they're dealing with here, now these people are being diagnosed with a psychological illness. Now they're getting put into, Natalie, I'm glad that you say that, because this is a reality that is happening. I have clients that come to me. I have seen people, I have experienced this very clearly. And there's this idea in the world that we shouldn't look at the negative things in the world. We mustn't look at it. We must just look at the sweet, shiny, rosy things and just like don't acknowledge. I think we need to travel into the darkness. This is my honest perception. I think that in order to embrace the light, we need to travel into our own shadows. We need to do shadow work within ourselves. And in the same way, doing shadow work internally on a personal level, we need to travel into the shadow of the world and understand what is wrong with the world and gain an insight into this. And so in the same context of what I'm saying, you now have a lot of people out there teaching very dangerous technology that's causing harm to people. This is the reality that's going on, Rebecca. There are people getting harmed by other people that don't understand what they're doing because of all of these fake registrations out there that people are getting certified in. And now they assume that because they've got a certificate that they know what they're doing, because we've been brainwashed in the world into understanding that that certificate means we are now qualified. And so they start becoming enamored by their own ideas, and they think that they must know because they're certified. However, the reality is still, when we're looking at the perspective of these particular therapies and teaching techniques, right? Natalie, let me share something with you, right? Do you know how many people are out there teaching people to work with their chakras? And do you know how many people are out there teaching people to work with their root chakra, their sacral plexus, their solar plexus, their heart center, the throat center, the third eye center, as they like to call it, the Akshana chakra, and the Shastra chakra, the crown chakra? Do you know that if you go to India, Natalie, and you sit down with a true master, one that has actual experience, one that has clocked 100,000 hours of actual training, one that was trained by another master who had clocked 100,000 hours of training, and his master before him was trained 100,000 hours and 100,000 hours, and there's a lineage and a legacy that goes back 100 years, 200 years of mastery, knowledge, actual experience that was taught from teacher to teacher. And these true teachers of meditation and true teachers of understanding the chakras will tell you, never mess with your crown chakra. Never. Don't try and activate it. Do you know how many of these new age teachers of chakra medicine are trying to get people to activate their crown chakra? Well, let me tell you about the activation of your crown chakra, because this is a field I'm particularly experienced in. When you activate your crown chakra, you gain a sudden energetic buzz. That energetic buzz is like an overwhelming sense of energy, and you feel wow, because your crown chakra is being stimulated. But actually, in the proper activation of crown chakra, it should happen at a particular point in your development. So you are being basically shown, play with your crown chakra because it gives you a buzz. And then you become addicted to the buzz that you get from playing with the crown chakra. But what they don't tell you is that what they don't know is that the crown chakra has got to do with your entry point into life and not being alive, right? And so when you're training in true practice with mastering the chakras, you work step by step, right? And we don't mean you spend 6 months or 1 year mastering one chakra. You spend a chunk of training, right? Thousands and thousands of hours with each chakra just to get a sense of that chakra. Probably 10,000 hours per chakra, would I say, is probably like a good amount to really get a mastery. And so all these people are being stimulating their crown chakra. What that does is it weakens the soul's connection with the body. Did you know that? Did you know that activating the crown chakra weakens the soul's connection with the body and starts to extract prana from the body? If you're not aware of that, the samadhi yoga, for example, is the final rung of yoga, and many great masters, they start practicing samadhi yoga when they are ready to leave the body. And that the practice of the samadhi yoga, which is focused on activating and developing the crown chakra, is so that you can extract your consciousness outside of the body so that you can transcend the physical form and leave the physical body. Right. So all those people out there that are teaching people to play with their crown chakra is actually, they are doing harm. I want to repeat this. They are doing harm. Now, the other people out there, they don't know because they've been inducted into the new age. And if they were to go to India and sit at the feet of a true master, they would be taught these things, but they don't. So I'm just giving you an insight here. And so this is the point I was making. And I think like this is important to understand, and it's responding to what you said, Natalie, about negativity. I think that there is a point where in this world we've been sort of taught to shun anything that's not pleasant and focus on everything that's pleasant. But that is a sort of an attitude that divides us from our shadow. And it's only when we can observe within ourselves, the darkness within ourselves, that we can actually start to truly appreciate the darkness in the world. Otherwise, we're not ready for the darkness in the world, and we will react to the darkness of the world. And that reaction will produce within us a particular quality of vibration that won't be healthy. It'll be toxic and detrimental to our own well-being. Though if we are able to embrace our own dark aspects and our own shadow elements, then we can look into the world and we can address it without feeling bad towards the people that are doing this, understanding with compassion that it is just ignorance that is producing these phenomena that we're talking about here. And so I think like this is really important. And Indy, this is a sort of response to what we were talking about just now. This is just one example of how people are being misled with potentially harmful information that they don't know and they don't understand because they haven't the ability to find this out, because all the new age books have been put into print by the big printing printing houses. And so these big printing houses have got their own editors, and these editors they have their own prerequisite ideas. And so they're all following on the tail of whatever came before it. And so there's no real basis of qualification of this information. And all the books are now talking about the same story. And so this is, I think, like something that's important for us to recognize when it comes to yeah, exactly. I don't believe you are against any. This is what I'm doing. I'm playing devil's advocate, but this is a necessary critique that I think we need to develop within ourselves, especially when it comes to embracing the occult principles, the mystical wisdom and knowledge, and especially when it comes to enacting these practices. This is why we're talking about this, by the way. These are the practices whereby one can initiate and instigate the inner journey in a very profound and powerful way. And so most of the technologies that can facilitate the road inward and give us the sense of an inward journey towards self-mastery, they have been colored and watered down. And so we're living in a very challenging era where so much information is available, but much of the information available isn't necessarily accurate. And I think like this is the dangers that we're facing with regards to this inner journey. And I'd love for you guys to respond and tell me what you think.
Yeah, I feel like this is all really noble insight right here that we're speaking of. And this is very much an ideal situation where we can actually start to see who is really qualified to be able to give advice and guidance and healing and teach various modalities, and who's really not. And I think if we criticize the people who are not in harsh judgmental ways, they're going to be adversely affected. But if we show them that they have more to learn, that they can be shown more to learn, and be a different approach that they might be more easily swayed towards. And I feel like this is kind of something that should be taken into consideration in this pursuit, so that instead of creating conflict that could escalate, we could create guidance that could deepen. And we could show people what are the things that they do understand well, but there's other things that they don't understand well that they could learn more about. And I feel like taking more of a noble consideration for the people that are misinformed is the best situation that could behoove us all, to be able to help guide them towards being able to either exit out of what they were failing at or begin to prosper at what they hope to continue doing. And I think also at the same time, we could make there be guidelines where people can help at whatever level they're at. They can help other people that are at a similar level, but we should not have people that are at a low level of understanding being tried to provide guidance that are people that are at a higher understanding and higher capacity. Because like you said, they wouldn't really know what they're doing because they've never really experienced that level of depth themselves. And so it's going to be harder for them to guide people that are at a higher plane. And so I think part of this means that we're going to have a deeper way to classify like what levels people are at. And I think it could be important for us all to be able to start to have somewhat of a meritocracy, so that people can display what their capacity is, and that somebody that's capable could be able to grade those capacities and show what levels we're at. Because there's a lot of opinionated judgments that happen that say, oh, this person was wrong one time, so nobody should listen to them. They should be completely discredited. I think there should be oversight for situations like that, where somebody makes a bad review out of ignorance, but the person was really of high regard. They were of full compassion. They're very well trained and have deep understanding. They're doing everything right, but somebody might have been upset and then try to discourage their ability to help others. So I think there should be oversight from those kinds of situations happening, where people could then go through some kind of a system where it can be shown that even though some people have slandered them in the past, that they were actually doing the right thing. They know what they're doing. That it was an unfortunate situation for the victim of the situation that was throwing somebody under a bus who didn't belong to be thrown under there. And I think a lot of this happens. I think a lot of people do this out of their shame of being inadequate, which comes off as blaming people for being condescending. They'll say like, "Oh, you think you know everything," when the person really does. They know a lot more than that person. And I think it's sad that people have to take that kind of a position out of their own shame of their own inadequacies, that they have to slander people that are more capable than them. I've come across this a lot, and I think it kind of pushes people that are in high capacity of ability to give guidance to feel like they should really be open to everyone. I feel like it makes people potentially want to be more closed or be less giving of their guidance to everyone and become more considerate of who they're willing to even share their wisdom with. But I think that's probably something that should be considered, because I think when we're finding people that are understanding of the guidance or the modalities that are being taught, I think we should listen first to see where they stand, see if they should be an initiate in these teachings, and if they do seem to be of the right standing, then take them under our arms and take them under our wings and provide them with that teaching. But I think maybe we should sometimes feel discouraged from trying to help people that are not ready to be helped, that may want to help, but they don't really understand that it's going to be something that they're going to have to change their understanding to be able to receive. If they're stuck in a mainstream perspective where only medical science and the sick care system can provide healing, it's going to be hard for them to start to believe that something that's mystical or spiritual is going to be able to help them. But I think we could also encourage those people by showing other examples of people that were in a similar position to them, that these people used to only go to sick care system. They used to only believe in scientific journal studies that were peer reviewed, but these people were healed, having overcome the ignorance that they had, that they were never going to be able to be helped by anything that was not officiated by academia and the materialist indoctrination systems of scientific schools and scientific various classes of study. And I think basically really the people that are stuck in like what the system has pushed them into are in a rough place, because they've been taught to believe in something that's false. They've been taught to believe in something that's detrimental to them, that's based on greed and profiteering, that is versed in the destruction of the natural resources for that greed and that profit. And I think it's going to be hard for a lot of people to understand that, but I think there would be no better time than right now for them to start to come around, because we're starting to see that the elites have been stealing the money of the collective. The elites have been trafficking innocent individuals of the collective for their own pleasures. They have been doing things that are completely absurd, and travesties have been ensuing for time immemorial. These things have been going on for a very long time, and we had been following them blindly for many times throughout various ages. But there comes a time of collective awakening, and that is the time that we're in right now. So I think if there's any time that we could start to discourage people from believing in the lies and taking systems on that are not really in their best interests, I think that to like this is the time where people could start to grow out of the detrimental ways that they had been in and that they had been pushed towards. So I've had a lot of luck with this to reach through to people that are now becoming more open to mystical and spiritual modalities of self-mastery. And I think it's all really intuitive. And if people can get it versed correctly, that doesn't trample their worldview, they're going to all become more willing to come around. I think that's something we need to take into consideration, that certain phraseology and jargon is going to discourage certain people. But if we could talk in their language or put things in the brass tacks, it's gonna be more appealing to the collective in general than trying to sound fancy or use words that they're not yet familiar with. So I think for teachers and guides, I think that's something that's should be important right now, to try to understand what level are people on and what is the right way to capture their attention and to gather their support. So it's really beautiful that people are starting to wake up and they're starting to work on seeing things beyond what they were told in school and what the doctors have told them, because we're starting to see that what we were told in school is filled with lies, whether it was just because they didn't know any better and they've made up stories that weren't really based in reality because that was all they could come up with, whether they were intentionally trying to mislead us. We know now that there are things that we found that are deeply more connected to the actuality of things, that are consistent truths, that are not based in the confusion, misinformation, and disinformation like we've been put through indoctrination. So I think a lot of us have come to understand, like, for example, I had a discussion last night about how all of the manifestations of illnesses or injuries of the body can be explained as an expression of the emotional body crying out. The unseen emotional body can manifest conditions and injuries because we have suppressed a certain emotion, or we have denied a certain aspect about ourselves in our character defects that has represented itself as some kind of a physical malady. And when you talk about these things, like we talked about the knees, for example, if the knees are not flexible, and it's hard for you to move your joints, and it's hard for you to do one of these, like jump down and hop back on up, if you think you're too old to do that, it might have a lot more to do with the fact that your stubbornness has led to your knee degradation because of your inflexibility of your character. Your inflexibility of your body has resulted. And so your stiffness of your joint represents the stiffness of your mind or your heart. And those things are very intuitive. When people start to think about this, they think, well, what if I start to see, if I become more flexible, if this malady would start to heal for me? Maybe there's some merit to this, but I'll have to check and find out and see if there's anything real about this. And if they do, and they find out that you're right, I've become less stubborn and my condition has become lessened, it has been healed in some ways, then the people will start to know from personal experience that even though I might have been skeptical about this in the past, I found that I've done it myself and it's real. But, some people are going to think to themselves, possibly, this might just be the placebo effect because I'm believing in it. My belief itself is what's healing. And so this is kind of a conundrum that we've always allowed people to enter into denial from. Like they could choose to not believe because there's other ways of interpreting things that could discredit things that we don't want to believe in. So that's always going to be something that some people will struggle with. But I think there are those of us that know that it's not necessarily just going to be the placebo effect or psychoimmunology that's doing the healing here. There is some merit to the idea that the emotional body needs healing, and it's not easily addressed or seen or noticed. So one of the things that I've struggled with is, like, just real quick, when you start to take supplements instead of sick care medicine, it usually takes about 2 weeks to start to notice the difference. Whereas sick care medicine is made to be like seen overnight, which is probably why it causes so many side effects, because it's not natural and it's not it's not gradual, it's extreme. And those extreme differences that it makes leads to other detriments because it's happening too fast and unnaturally and made from synthetic things that are toxic, usually petroleum byproducts. No, go ahead, Cosmic. I know you wanted to say something.
I wanted to talk about something Bush Whisperer was talking about earlier in regards to the idea of going into the self and shedding, false layers of the proverbial self, because I think that, one of the things that's important to consider is like what makes those part of yourselves even false to begin with. That's an interesting question, because I think what it really boils down to is it's like there's certain parts of you that's been sort of implemented and sort of uploaded by other people. So like what I mean by that is like right now, I'm doing some kind of like house renovation stuff. So I got to move all the stuff from my bedroom right now. And I got to move all these books from my bookshelf down to my basement. And I realized that there's a bunch of the books that I have there aren't even my books. They're like books that like, other people in my family and, friends or whatever essentially own. So they're not even mine. And it's like, I think in the same way, we take on a lot of like beliefs, expectations, mannerisms, sort of even like information, understanding from other people that have kind of been like uploaded onto us. Like, for example, if somebody like, calls you a name as like a kid, for example, we tend to like internalize that and make that a part of our identity. And I think a lot of like, spiritual work is realizing that like, all the kind of the parasitic aspects of our identity that have been sort of like infected into us by, negative people around us that aren't even really who we are to begin with. Because I think one of the issues with kind of like this removing the sense of self is kind of like, in the psychedelic community, there's this really big emphasis on ego death where people want to take like a crazy amount of like psilocybin or LSD with the intent of essentially like temporary erasing their sense of self and personality. I look at when it comes to this kind of like shadow work and like, healing the self is like, taking a very mild kind of like acid and sort of pouring on it as a way to kind of like remove like a wart from your skin. Whereas these kids, whereas I feel like the problem with today's spirituality is that it's like it's taking a bottle of sulfuric acid and putting it on your leg. It's going to eat through that wart, but it's also going to eat through your flesh and bones, and it's going to cut your entire leg off. And I think that's kind of how people are with spirituality, whereas instead of like, using these medicines to basically kind of shed off the negative aspects and sort of retain the positive aspects, there's this emphasis of trying to basically kind of just completely wipe the slate clean. And I don't think that's really a good strategy because one, not only does it leaves you vulnerable and not integrated, but I think it also leaves you to more susceptible to programming and brainwashing. Because the thing about indoctrination and brainwashing is there's a twofold setup, because a lot of people think it's just, putting in false information and giving them lies. Like that's part of it. But the first part is you got to get them to doubt their own belief system, make them doubt their own beliefs, and essentially wipe them kind of their ideological slate clean so that they don't believe in anything at all anymore because they doubt themselves and they doubt their own beliefs. And then they tell you the lies and the bullshit because now you no longer have a defense system to define that. And I think having that sense of persona and that sense of self is important because that sense of self informs what your boundaries are, what you're comfortable with, what you're not comfortable with, what you believe in, what morally makes sense to you. And if you lose that entirely, it's very easy for you to just become kind of like a pawn or like a puppet for someone who you think you can basically trust. So I think when it comes to like these kinds of these ideas, I think that we have to kind of like look at them like scientifically and just kind of use discernment and sort of like be, conservative about it. It's like, okay, I need to use, a little bit of this acid compound to remove this one particular aspect from me. And I need to use this growth hormone to grow this one particular aspect of me. Because if you think about like the difference between like asceticism and hedonism, and I think that's kind of the real dynamic that you're dealing with in spirituality, the ascetic path and the hedonistic path. The hedonistic path is basically just consume and devour and grow endlessly without any restraint whatsoever. And aestheticism is just like total purity to the point of being just like taking your soul and essentially dissolving it in alcohol and bleach. Like I think probably and in the sense that not drowning in alcohol in the sense of like, you know, metaphorically getting drunk, but in the sense of like using an alcoholic substance to kind of like break down a compound to like dissolve an actual substance. So people just become completely obliterated. And I feel like in a lot of society, it's like we're stuck between these two modalities between, you know, between basically inflation and emaciation, right? We either become inflated with hedonism and become so fat that we explode, or we become so emaciated by asceticism that we basically don't eat anything and we become a spiritual skeleton and essentially starve to death. And so I think that in a lot of ways, you know, there has to be balance. And I think the problem is it's almost like with the occult world of today is there's almost a deliberate refusal of balance. It's almost like they have to make it as imbalanced and as crazy and as, you know, out there as possible so that, you know, it gets more attention. Because if you think about the, you know, I'm thinking right now in the kind of the you know, social media world that we live in, that the reason that, you know, media is so lacking in objectivity and facts today is because the way you make money as an advertiser, as a money, is you have to say the most, you know, salacious and like crazy and like polarizing story as possible. Because if you're basically trying to be honest and you're trying to just be accurate and factual and neutral, you're not going to get a lot of clicks. You're not going to get a lot of attention, and you're not going to generate a lot of money. But if you're salacious and crazy and kind of all over the place, you're going to get a lot of views on your you know, website. And then the same thing with occultism. If you have some magical occult practice that's all about, you know, balance and, you know, being kind of calm and centered and taking a rational, measured approach, that's not going to get the 17-year-old edgy kids to be interested in that. But if you say occultism, it's, oh man, like Bush Whisperer says, that you're going to stimulate your chakra and you're going to get crazy high, bro. And like, you're going to do this thing and you get these crazy psychic powers. It's going to be crazy. And you're going like all in this one direction. It's totally extreme. That gets people's attention and that gets people excited for doing things. So there is that kind of thing. So I think in a lot of ways, in the same sense of, you know, consumerism and sort of the idea that we need to go faster and faster is kind of, you know, having a negative effect on like art, entertainment, the economy, etc. I think this same kind of cheapening, homogenizing, kind of like loud, gaudy, unpleasant. Because I think about a lot of like, you know, advertisement. It's how it's like overly colorful. It's loud. It's garish. It's obnoxious, and it's loud and obnoxious for those very same reasons that you don't like it, but it gets people's attention. And I think spirituality, it's the same thing. They make it loud and crazy and extreme because that's what gets people's attention. Because people talk about like, oh man, you hear about that one mystic man. He was so crazy. He had that cult and he did all that crazy stuff. Like, oh man, it's so interesting. Whereas if you got some like meditation teacher that has like a really good, you know, practice, you know, it's not going to be something that's going to be talked around the water cooler that everybody's going to be buzzing about it. Like, yeah, he's going to give good advice. So I think that kind of like style over substance kind of culture that we live in is kind of like a big part of what I think like both of you guys are talking about.
Yeah, you make a good point. That like if people are really only drawn towards asceticism and principled living and self-mastery, they're not necessarily going to succeed in society by having the money and the power that they might want to be able to even have like a good social circle and abundance to be able to have like good health, you know, and it might lead to emaciation and poverty and isolation. But I mean, I might be rationalizing it, but I feel like people can develop better resilience by going through difficult challenges like that not as a destination, but as like a journey to be able to develop greater resilience. And I feel like it's evident by the fact that poor people are inherently more generous and more joyous and more compassionate. Whereas, and there's always exceptions to this, but rich and powerful people are usually less joyous, less compassionate, and uh in a worse state as far as their social settings, their social circles, and um their health, you know. But there's both sides to the coin. I think a lot of times it big like people with more money are usually going to be more indulgent, but a little bit more conservative. So they're not going to want to share, but they might be drawn towards like being in really good shape, but they might use like steroids or something to do that, which will compromise their health in the long term. But I mean, there's probably 1,000 different ways to hash this out, where there could be rich people that are invested in, like Franklin mentioned, like trying to profiteer off of like teaching like spirituality or shamanism online, and like ending up in a good financial situation, but maybe through having done like something that was beneficial to others, but being allowed to go through the ringer. Like a lot of people that are invested in doing things that are compassionate don't really end up becoming powerful and rich, because that kind of stuff is restricted from being able to be gaining power, because they really encourage people that are compromised to be able to go further in riches and power through the occupational upward mobility. But we see an exception of this where people can go away from having to work as somebody else's servant to be able to get there. People can become independently rich and powerful through doing means that are actually beneficial to the collective. So this is kind of an exception. I think this is something that's come into play because religion has fallen out of favor with the collective, especially in the younger generations. And so there's more room for people to have headspace and to move up in the world without going through academia and without going through organized religion as the filters that used to keep people discouraged. Because, you know, in the Bible it said that the poor man of earth is the rich man of heaven, but the rich man of earth is the poor man of heaven. And so I think that might have used to be true, but now there's ways of going around that, where the rich man of earth is usually the poor man of heaven, but sometimes there's exceptions now, because people can independently be using principled life of self-mastery to be able to guide others towards that door, and actually be allowed to work their own business, run their own team, and have like the ability to do what people weren't able to do in the past, which is not have to work with corporations to be able to gain power or even fame and amass fortune. But I think also at the same time, once people do gather power and fame and riches, that oftentimes it will actually keep them from um, being grateful and humble. But it's not always the case. I think sometimes we see individuals who are like a guru that are like actually inherently like compassionate and humble still, even though they have like a lot of money coming into them from their following and they've gained a lot of power. But what do you think? Do you think that kind of lifestyle like inherently kind of damages people and makes them like drawn towards being more indulgent?
I think it depends on the person. Like, I think you also have to consider like how you're brought up too, because I think there's a difference between people who are born wealthy versus people who are poor and like became rich. Because it's like sometimes people like they get a lot of money, but because they grew up poor and they're just so used to that lifestyle, they don't want to give it up. Like I saw a video the other day on YouTube. They were trying to build this data center somewhere in Kentucky, and they asked this woman to basically sell her farm property for this data center, and they were willing to give this lady $26 million. Like, that's enough to have her set for life. And she said, like, no, I'm not going to give this up because, this is my home, and, this is what I value. Because sometimes I think in a lot of ways, like, I think, like, people kind of also, when it comes to money, and I think one of the things that happens when you grow up wealthy, like, I guess I could say that I grew up, in a pretty, like, somewhat upper middle class kind of lifestyle, is that you can kind of get like almost a sentimental attachment to money because you kind of associate sort of the things you do that are like wealthy kind of like with your family. So you kind of like it does kind of become part of like your personality, in a way. And I got to be real, like, I think there is some truth to what you're talking about, is because there is a part of me that, like, envies poor people. Like, because I grew up kind of like a richer kid, but like, and, I had a lot of cool stuff. But whenever I would go to like other friends' houses, they were definitely a lot poorer than me, but they seemed like so much happier with the few things that they actually had. Like the little things like made them, more happy and stuff like that. So I think there's definitely kind of like, because I think when you're poor, there's a sense of hope for the future. There's like I can become rich someday mentality. Whereas when you become wealthy, you're just kind of like, well, I'm already at the top of the castle and I'm still not happy. And there's like nothing to look forward to. So I think being rich and unhappy, it's actually, there's a deeper sadness to that, because it's like because at least when you're poor and unhappy, you can like sort of like fantasize and like, think maybe I can be rich someday and maybe I'll be happy. So at least there's a little bit of optimism like that. But if you're like super rich and you're unhappy, it's like you're already at the top of the clouds and you're already past, the rainbows. There's nothing really to like, look forward to. And I think when it comes to like, it's not so much that whether or not you have money or you work hard about it, but I think it's about sort of just like what you value in life. Because I think that poor people can be materialistic and rich people cannot be materialistic. But I think also when it comes to someone who's a little more on the rich side, I think there's also like, it's not just that, you're kind of spoiled by rich things, but you're also spoiled by not having to worry about certain material things, not having to worry about, money, for example, not having to worry about like running like out of things and not having to deal with that. And I think there's a kind of like complacency and a kind of like lack of perspective, with things like that, because like, you don't really know what it's like to not, have anything. And, and so because of that, you can kind of like look at like poor people with a little more judgmentally, because they don't know what it's like to not have those comforts that they do have. And so they lack that perspective. But I think for me, though, it was different because, I was someone who was kind of like a very weird kid growing up. So while I wasn't made fun of for necessarily being poor, I was made fun of for being, kind of like weird and awkward and different. So it was like, in a sense, it's like, even though I grow up like, rich and famous, it was like I was still an outcast, when I went to elementary school. So it was almost like having money really didn't even matter at that point, because it was like, it's like, I have this nice house with all these nice things, but I don't have any, like, I don't really have friends to share it with. So there's definitely like an importance to that. So I think that, if you're rich, but you value community and people and hanging out with people, more than, you're set more than just the actual material things, I think you're kind of like happy. It's kind of like crazy. Like, I watched this Twitch streamer named Asmongold. Like, he's like a political commentator. Like, he talks about video games and politics and stuff. Anyway, the guy has like, potentially like millions of dollars from like streaming on like, Twitch or whatever. And yet he doesn't, like, he still wears the same like crappy clothes. He still lives like, like in his old parents' house. He doesn't like take anything nice. He uses old cars. He still wears the same clothes that he got from the thrift store that are less than $20. And he still loves that lifestyle, even though he has all the money. And all the money really does is offer a sense of security. So I think when it comes to money, I think the real value of money is not having to worry about money, not having to worry about paying bills, not having to worry, do I have enough, money to pay rent? not worrying about, will I be able to afford going to the doctor? So I think having money in that sense is important, where you don't have to, worry about, things coming up and bothering you. But I think if you're like using money to like chasing the dragon, where like getting a nice car or getting a fancy house or getting some kind of like physical object or being part of some special social group, of those kind of superficial material things, I think, yeah, then if that's what you value, then I think, yeah, you can become spiritually detrimental. So I think that when it comes to material wealth, I don't think necessarily being wealthy makes you less or more materialistic, because there are plenty of people who are very, they're poor and they're unwealthy and they spend more than their means and they put themselves into debt. So I think that being materialistic is not necessarily whether you're rich or poor. I think it's just being I think that being poor or rich, you can be a materialistic or a non-materialistic person. So I think it's really, do you value people more than you value things? I think that's really the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah, go ahead, Franklin.
Hey, well, I've been listening to you guys. I had a panini and some pumpkin, some extra virgin olive oil, and didn't eat anything all day. I want to respond to what both of you guys have said. I've been listening for the last
Your audio is it's pretty scratchy right now.
Did you say my audio is pretty scratchy right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm going to pop out. I'm going to come back in 20 seconds. I'll be back now.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that sometimes they say that if somebody's more interested in art and music, that they won't necessarily be attracted to materialism as much as other people, because there's like an inherent wealth of like spirit that's in creativity, and that people that aren't as creative are more susceptible to being drawn towards like greed and indulgence, because they don't have that spiritual wealth with them that can allow them to like be proud of creating things. So they want to have things instead. They value themselves by what they own or what they can accomplish with their power, as opposed to having that inner power of being able to create things that people are grateful for, that people are inspired by. So that's just a thought. It's kind of sideline of what we were mentioning earlier, but I feel like there's something to that, because I grew up in like a middle upper class upbringing, and I was kind of discouraged from the materialistic view that my parents had. But like my parents were both raised by orphans, and so and my mother was an orphan, so like they suffered from poverty and they wanted to give us what they didn't have. And so when I had abundance, I kind of wanted to be able to experience what I wasn't able to learn, which was like not having material abundance, and instead like creating things besides that that can give me gratitude and give me inspiration, like creating something, like creating a deeper understanding of stories and artwork and music and community that I didn't have in that upper class life. It was kind of an isolating life where we basically had to just focus on making money all the time to be able to have like as much possible physical prosperity and abundance as possible, without any consideration of like, what can I do to have like a better community? What can I do to have people be appreciative of me, or inspired by me, or thankful that I was able to like provide them with something? And I think the things I was driven towards from my upbringing was like be able to provide maybe like opportunities for people to help me, so I could basically rip them off and like pay them like chump change to be my servants. And that kind of thing never appealed to me, because I was like on I was on the giving end of that, because like the way my parents saw things was that they wanted to have like as many kids as they could to do all of the hard labor work that they needed to be done for all their resources and assets. So like I basically become the parent, and they were like my kids. So I had to do the yard work and work the garden and do the dishes and clean the house and the kitchen and mop the floors and sweep and put everything away and basically like take care of feeding my little siblings and stuff, and clean up after my parents when they would cook. So I felt like this isn't really what I want to do for my son. Like, I don't want to have so many things where I can't take care of my own stuff and have to make my son be my slave. I want to be able to have a simple life where I can take care of myself, and then I can let my son like develop his own way of doing things. But at the same time, it's good to learn some basic stuff like that and have some responsibilities so that you can learn how to do that for yourself when you get older. But I think it feels better when you're doing it with your parents or with somebody or a friend or sibling, as opposed to having to do it alone for them. So I don't know. I think there's something to that. And then you have your only children that don't have any siblings, or orphans that don't have any parents. And so not everybody has these kind of experiences. Some people have a different kind of experiences. And I think for orphans, it's probably one of the most difficult situations that people can be in, where they don't have a family that they can share those experiences with and give them guidance. And they have one of the worst outsets and expectations for them to succeed in life because they don't have that. But I think at the end of the day, it's ultimately best to be grateful for what you do have, for the people that have helped you along the way. And taking that attitude for me has been really helpful. And I say that the attitude of gratitude can raise your platitude. And for me, it really has. And some people, they might not see it that way. But I think it's easy to get stuck in a position where nothing's ever good enough and you just perpetually want more than you have. In a situation like that, you're never going to reach that finish line where it's like, okay, now I can relax. Now I can like stop driving myself to be better. Now I can be good enough to just appreciate what I have now. And when you can get there, it's good. But I think also at the same time, it's good to be grateful for what you have, but it's also good to strive to do more as well. So that there's like a kind of two sides of the same coin situation going on there, where gratitude is like kind of the saving grace, but at the same time, you still need to be driven. You can't just sit with nothing and be grateful to be alive. I mean, some have done that, like the ascetics, but like you said, they can end up becoming emaciated skeleton people that have nothing, no friends, no people around them, nothing to have, nothing to eat, nothing to drink.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, I kind of want to talk about, you mentioned something earlier, Indy, about the idea that people who are interested in artistic and creative, things are tend to be less interested in sort of materialistic pursuits. I think there's really something kind of very spot on to that, because I think it actually kind of explains like a lot about, sort of my life, because I think that when you have an imagination and you have a kind of a rich like inner world and a sense of wonder, I think a lot of the material trinkets in the world don't have the same luster and allure that they do for normal people, because in a lot of ways that because I always think when it comes to I think about like music, for example, like I guess I don't know if this is related or not, but it's just a thought I had. Like I have a form of musical synesthesia where I can basically, certain notes evoke colors. And I notice with like certain songs that I'll just listen to, and I'll close my eyes and I'll get immersed in this kind of like synesthetic colored world, like a landscape or whatever. Like I'm really starting to think that like synesthesia is like a secret doorway into the astral plane, because it's like, but I digress though. But then when I think about like music like that, I always get weirded when people get so excited about like lyrics and music, like like some rapper like talking about his relationship, or some like lady like talking about like their relationship, or some political thing, or some like gang member that's like bragging about how much money I have. And it's like, that seems, and to me, it just seems so infinitely boring compared to these like vast, like crystalline, multicolored landscapes that these songs would evoke inside my head. And you start to think differently about how like people approach like the imagination. I feel like I have this like rich inner world that I can kind of like extract all this sort of this meaning from and all this power. Whereas like, I don't know, I think about like, you know, like Disney adults and people who like, you know, they're adults and they go to Disney World and they're like 40 years old and they're still crying when like hugging someone in a Mickey costume. And it kind of like makes me like apparent that there's people who like create the imagination, and there's people who kind of like they feed off of it because they can't necessarily create it themselves, or they don't have that imaginative capacity, or they lack the confidence to believe that they do. But that the idea is instead of having their own sort of internal source of sort of wonder and awe, they're kind of dependent upon material things and the external world for that sense of wonder and awe. It's like because they don't have that color within their soul, they don't have that rainbow, multifaceted, fractal mystery within their soul. They try to find that rainbow fractal in some physical object in external reality instead, because they don't have that sense of mystery and awe within themselves. Because I think if you look at the first time I ever did psilocybin, it was a long time ago, but you know, it wasn't really like a very large dose, maybe like a medium dose. But you know, in this trip, I was hanging out with a couple people, and I'm by like this area where there's a bunch of rocks. And I remember in the trip, like my insight was, it's like I'm so fascinated by this rock I'm staring at, all of the complexity of all the little holes, all that. I'm just like endlessly fascinated by that. And I'm like, if I can be this fascinated by this rock, why do I need a yacht? Why do I need like fancy objects when everything around the world is so fascinating and interesting? And when you see that wonder and fascination in nature and mystery around you, it's just that all these material desires, they just seem hollow and just boring. You know, maybe like it's like I thought I was just some kind of like, you know, edgy nonconformist, you know, growing up as a kid being like, man, this music sucks and this music's lame. And I didn't even realize it's like, oh, maybe I'm actually a spiritual person. Like I thought that's what it was, but it's actually like you start to realize that it's like I have all this, you know, these rich inner worlds. Like, you know, I spent a lot of my childhood and my adolescent years writing fantasy, you know, fiction and fantasy world. And I had all these like ideas of worlds and places and creatures. And it's like having that sense of wonder about the universe and about like things and objects and having that curiosity and fascination. You don't really have the sense to, you know, this desire to own all these trinkets and objects. Whereas I imagine if you didn't have that sense of curiosity and wonder, and you were just kind of like this empty, hollow, boring self, then the only way you could get that excited feeling is from owning physical objects, owning those colorful physical trinkets that you have in your face, because you don't have those colorful objects within yourself. You don't have that access to that world. So that's what I would say.
You know, I think there's a lot to what you're saying. I missed a little bit of what you were saying. This Mahona software keeps reverting to Chinese, and me no read Chinese. Dang, I'm gonna have to reinstall it. Like I reinstalled it last week. There's a sticky key that makes it turn Chinese, and I'm not quite sure which sticky key that is. But anyway, here we are. I wanted to respond to a couple of things to what you were saying the last time round, Cosmic. And also I was like to what Indy was saying, not recently, but like maybe about 15, 20 minutes ago. What was it that he was saying? Let's take a look. I made a note. Oh no, it was Cosmic actually. You were talking about style versus substance. And you were talking about substances. I like that. Style versus substance in a conversation about substances. You got to love the way those words just roll off the tongue, huh? And I think there was like a lot of truth to what you were saying. You know, I was really getting a good sense. How's the audio now, guys? Is it good?
Now it's fine.
Is it clear? You know, the irony is that this microphone, I'm running it directly into the PC. I lose some sound quality, a bit of audio quality in the process, but it's all good. I have to check out my other cable. I think I've got another cable, but regardless. So, you know, I think that was a big point you were making there about And I'll use as an example. Like I created the Bush Whisper Speaks series, right? And it hasn't been pushed by YouTube algorithms because it's not clickbait and it's not flashy. And it's very simple. It's very grounded approach to mysticism and to occult therapeutics. And it's a very slow step-by-step series. It's 108 short lectures, 10-minute lectures in series 1, and series 2 is 108 also short lectures. And the series 3, if you guys have gone through these series 2 and you haven't got to the end of series 2, if you become a free subscriber on my Patreon, you can see the last 10 episodes of series 2 plus series 3, which are more in depth, are starting to appear on the Patreon. And they're also not under a paywall, as far as I know. I must go and check. But anyway, regardless, they won't be under a paywall. If they are, I'll make sure. But regardless, I made these series so that people had a grounded runway into moving in towards the occult sciences. Hey, Kobe, how you doing? Namaste. Big love, man. Big bless. And Carly, how you doing? Sending you big love. So yeah, you know, this notion of substances being used the way they are, it's quite close to my heart, really, if I think about it. Because, well, firstly, I'm somebody that has, how can I put this? Like Obelix, right? I did happen to fall into the bathtub while they were making the magic potion, as the metaphor goes. So I got the T-shirt, then I wore the T-shirt, then I got the shorts, then I got the matching cap, then I got the matching shoes and socks, and you know, the scarf that goes with it, and the little pendant. I got the whole matching set, let's just say. So I understand these things quite well. And all of this big hype, I'm going to preface this, right, with Santa Daimi. And I've mentioned this in a roundtable long time ago, maybe a year ago or something, 8 months. But I'll mention it again. There was a couple that I was very connected to. The brother, he was a very young guy. He was an amazing brother, still is. And, you know, he had his issues. And his missus, my gosh, issues like, I don't even know where to start. I won't mention any names. And she had some narcissistic traits as well, which was what it was. And they had a little girl. This little girl was like really a beautiful little girl. And I used to spend a lot of time with her. I used to take her to the park. I used to play with her a lot. Her mother used to shout and scream a lot. And I used to try and give her positive feelings, especially when her mother would become quite abusive towards her and abusive towards her father as well. And her father's response was to go elsewhere and find warm, loving vibrations with other women, which obviously wasn't cool. But, you know, we used to live together, so I could almost empathize with the guy. You know, this woman was a narcissist. She wanted to use sex like a power tool over him. She wanted to play games with him, always mind games. She wanted to turn his friends against him. I just watched this all. I didn't make comments. It wasn't my place. It was just to observe. I was just concerned about the little girl. Her and myself had a really close relationship. I used to teach her a lot as well, you know, like language and writing and stuff, and tell her lots of stories. And she loved my stories, so I would tell her stories all the time about life. There'd be like a spiritual, I don't know, message in the story somewhere. Her mother actually in the end started she didn't want me to tell her stories anymore. And her words were, I want to be the one to direct my child's spiritual future. I don't want anybody else to have any input. And I was like, well, fair enough. You know, step back. It's her daughter. Now, here's the thing. These two people were big into Santo Daime. Now, Santo Daime is a huge movement. It's ayahuasca, right? But the Santo Daime is an international organization. I don't know who of you know about Santo Daime. And people used to take their children. Yes, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. And they used to give their children DMT at the Santo Daime retreats. And because it was Santo Daime, it was organized and registered, and it was a huge organization. And it was like, you know, she, the lady, the mother, had become a priestess in the Santo Daime. And the brother, I must be careful not to say his name, he had become, well, he's a musician. So he always used to play the drum and he used to play the guitar, and he used to lead the music for the Santo Daime. And they would all sing hymns together, and they would all take ayahuasca. And I remember when I first found out that him and her were giving the little girl, at that time she was about 5, ayahuasca, I was like, wow. I was like, are you sure that's okay? That doesn't sound right to me. No, it's completely right. It's completely normal. It's fine. Everybody's doing it. Hey, namaste, Bernadine. How are you? Hope you're well. And this is another example of this story of these organizations, very flashy, right? You were talking about, what was it that you said? Style over substance. This is an organization that has style over substance. It's a huge, go and look it up, Santo Daime. It's a huge thing. It's connected to Christian mysticism in some way, and it's a huge international body. And anyway, I love that little girl. She, you know, I felt like I was like a godfather to her, right? And I developed quite a long bond with her and a relationship. And she used to come to me and open up to me. And her mother got really jealous because her mother couldn't. Well, when I spoke to a little girl, she listened. If I said, please don't do that, she wouldn't do it out of like respect. Because I had boundaries and my boundaries were firm. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't freak out. I was just very clear. She knew where she stood with me. I was a masculine presence that was gentle, yet these are my boundaries. And she knew where my boundaries were, and she knew not to overextend them. And she knew if I asked her nicely to not do something or to, to stop, then she would, because she understood that I would be okay. I won't play with you and I won't tell you stories if you're not going to play ball with me. And then a little girl would cry, and the mother would come to me and say, she's crying now. She wants you to play with her. I said, I'm not playing with her, because what she did this morning was rude and was naughty. And I told her I'm not going to play with her. So I used to play with her a lot. I used to play with her. We used to build houses together, like building like things and doing this and building Lego and, learning games and everything. So I spent a lot of time with this little girl. And because often the parents were arguing, and I used to feel so strongly for this little girl, I'd want to like entertain her with something else so she doesn't have to listen to mom and dad in the background, right? And I felt so sorry for my friend who was with this woman that was a complete and utter control freak, who was, she became a breatharian later in life. I think that should explain it all, like really, like talk about while she was a parent. What kind of a parent becomes a breatharian? Do you understand like the challenges of breatharianism on your psyche and your brain, especially if someone's already psychologically unbalanced, like she clearly was? And she's shouting and screaming and temperamental, and just not a healthy person to be around a child, especially not be a mother. But anyway, she had an instinct to want to stop the life of her child when her child was a baby as well. Apparently it's something some mothers go through, some kind of a psychological thing. So that, just to give you a background, like there were like some serious issues here with this lady. And so long story short, they gave her child ayahuasca from the age of, they told me that it first started when she was 3 years old. And I don't know whether she lived to be 16 before she took her own life. A child. So there is a classic example over these organizations that are so, wow, come and join our Santa Daime. We're going to be connecting with the animal spirits and the tree spirits, and we're all going to wear our white clothes. We're going to wear our white sheets, and we're all going to say these invocations and these prayers, and we're going to sing together around a fire and play this music, and we're all going to drink DMT, ayahuasca, and we're going to give it to our kids because it's a divine offering, and the children are divine, and the tree spirits and the animals, the spirits are going to protect our children, and bang, this little girl was no longer alive. And I had been warning her parents. I was much older. Both parents were much younger than me. The guy was much younger than the woman. She must have been about 5-6 years older than him. So there was like a heavy control element that she played over him. In fact, he was very young when he got together with her. He must have been about 16 or 17 when he fathered a child, and she must have been 23, 24 by that time. Just to give you background on what we're talking about. So she was much older. She chose a young guy who was like essentially a big teenager. But he was very advanced spiritually, very advanced guy, very lovely guy, great musician, great artist, very, very talented, very intelligent, really a decent guy in many ways. But, you know, when it came to women, that was, I think, his weakness. And so this is an example of these organizations that have, what did you say, Cosmic? That have more style than substance, right? They've got this edgy element. Come and join us. Take ayahuasca. It's fine. It's not a drug. It's a medicine. We've got a special way of taking it. We've got advanced, experienced people that are going to guide you on your journey. And this is what's going on. People are losing their children to these cults. And I think like that's just an extreme example of what we're talking about here. This is a big issue, I think. And, you know, when you talk about the substances, Cosmic, so on point, man. Brother, so on point. Like there's all these people out there trying to say that shamanism is all about taking DMT and substances. It's like maybe in a introductory certain initiations, but actually like the oldest form of shamanism on the planet, which comes from the Himalayas, is not, and I want to repeat this, is not substance-based. Substances are not used. Maybe there might be 1 time or 2 times in a shaman's life that they might use a substance, but substances are not part of the practice. The practice is done using the shramana, which are the sacred chants, and using your damburu, which is your drum, your sacred drum. You play your drum, you chant your chants, you dance, you go into a trance, and in that trance you do the work. The devas and the devis and the guides come to you. It's clean. Now we've got all these other watered down versions of shamanism from other places that have now owned shamanism, right? And so they've taken certain ideas from certain places and popularized that and said, this is like now where shamanism comes from, where, you know, where there's a language and a tradition that goes back maybe 500 years, 600 years, as opposed to a tradition that goes back, you know, 3,700, 3,800 years, according to what we know, at least with the writing, but way, way older because it's referenced in those writings from 3,800 years ago as being ancient. So maybe 5,000, maybe 6,000, maybe 10,000, who knows? And so shamanism has been so packaged as like this glitzy, glamorous, take substances and have out of your body experiences that everybody thinks that that's what shamanism is about. And so people think when they hear I'm a shaman, they think, oh, you must be using cool substances. I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah, I've been there when I was young and I wore the t-shirt before I was a shaman, right? That's the key. Before I was a shaman, I used all sorts of substances because I was very intrigued, and I discovered substances when I was really young, and I waited till I was 18 before I would take them. And I was training in meditative occult ritual work for at least 6 years before I actually took any substances. And I was devoted, training every day, training every morning, training every evening, doing exercises 3 times a day, meditating twice a day. You understand? Doing rituals daily. It's like I was proper like training in my occult practices, not just like whatever these kids are doing these days. And so, you know, for me, this is such a sore point that substances are being pushed. And I agree with you so much that the style packages are being pushed, even though they lack substance. And the real substance, people cannot tell the difference between style and substance these days. I think, Cosmic, I think that's the problem. And I think it's because they are used to the programming that they've gotten from the media, the program they've gotten from television, you know, from Hollywood, from advertising, and the education system that has sort of programmed us towards particular responses and dispositions, probably so that we can easily be influenced and manipulated by these particular systems. So I think like there's a lot to consider here. I think there's a lot to take on board when it comes to these matters. And, you know, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And, you know, to what you were saying as well, Indy, you know, I think there is this something you were saying earlier. I think we are reaching into a new sort of paradigm now where there is a lot of positivity and there is a lot of like growth, you know, there is a lot of awakening happening on the planet as well. And because there's a lot of growth and a lot of awakening, there's this opening in the industry, right? There's an opening in the industry for financial gain. And so what's happened is a lot of people that are really good at advertising and really good at marketing have started to own the arena because they come from a background of business and they realized that all they had to do was change their business to be in alignment with spirituality and they can sell it. Because in whatever industry they were working, they were competing with everyone else, but they realized competing in this industry is much easier because the authentic people, they're not on that frequency. And so they were able to sort of capture the industry. And I think the industry has become corrupted because of, you know, because of this market value. What is the market value of the mind, body, spirits, therapy, spiritual industry, whatever you want to call it, with? I think it must be worth about, is it $5 to $10 billion? Do you guys think that's about right?
Probably a big number.
Yeah, it's really up
Yeah.
there. They charge about $500 for like retreats and stuff now, even if it's just a day or two for each person. And you make a really good point because I found that there's been a lot of phonies that have been trying to come in doing divination. A lot of people are trying to be a con artist doing tarot readings and stuff. And a lot of people subscribe to these like universal tarot readings and astrology readings. That's just like for everybody. They don't take into account the particular individual. People just read the reading of the day and they're like, oh yeah, this is for me. But I've always felt like it's got to be more of a one-on-one basis than that kind of stuff.
Wow. I really do stand corrected, people. I'm going to show you what this industry is worth and so that you can understand why most of the people that have dominated the industry. You see, these are business people who look at these kind of stats that I've never really looked at. Look at this. The mind, body, spirit market value at approximately 45.2 billion US dollars in 2026. They project that it will grow to $91.8 billion by 2033. And that doesn't account for inflation. So they're reckoning that in the next 8 years, the industry is going to double. So the industry is growing huge. So Analysis projected the specialized spiritual services market, including meditation, astrology, and healing, to grow from $376 billion in 2024 to $787.4 billion by 2035. And that's got to do with meditation, astrology, and healing. The yoga industry itself is $107 billion in 2023. The global wellness economy, can you believe these numbers, is valued at $6.8 trillion in 2024 and is expected to reach almost $7.9 trillion this year. How's that for numbers? Is that one of the biggest industries on earth? So can you understand now why all these fake people exist? These were people that used to have a 9-to-5 job, and they were in business. They were working for a corporation doing marketing. And they were like, hey, why am I working in a marketing job when all I got to do is rebrand myself as someone spiritual and go and read a few books, get a basic idea of it, teach these things, basic ideas to people, and maybe write a book and maybe get my marketing strategies and get to the right printing companies and get a book written. And once I've written my book, I'll be a big shot in the industry. And this is what's happened. So all these people that we're talking about as being big names in the industry, who are these people? A lot of them, you know? What is their background? What were they doing 10 years ago? Right? 15 years ago. When did they come into this industry, and how did they ramp into this industry so fast to become bestseller writers and all of these things? I think like this, there's a lot for us to understand and uncover here. By the way, I hope my audio hasn't been doing any scratchiness. Cosmic, I take it you're out to lunch, yeah?
No, I just stopped out for I was out for a second. Did you say something?
No, I was just saying I hope the scratchiness of my audio has stopped.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Cool. Good. So yeah, you know, looking at these numbers, it's quite troublesome. It's quite shocking, really, to see the extent of these issues, because I think like there really is a problem, to be honest. And it's sad, but it's true. You know, it's the reality. And I think that's really up to us to sort of to bring it home, right? To make a point of it, to be able to sort of to look at this objectively, and for people to understand just exactly what's going on, because people need to know. People need to understand that the books that we're reading are nonsense. I'm going to give you another example. I mentioned it in the live, and I won't dive into it too deeply, but I'll break it down. So, like, I've been practicing the Kabbalah now since it's less than 4 decades, but it's much more than 3.5 decades. Okay, so there's an idea. And my passage of learning was guided by one particular Mr. Bayman, a Rosicrucian, who was in a lodge, and there was an acquaintance of his, friend of his, someone who was in a lodge with him that also interact with me. These guys guided my learning, knowledge lectures, would sit down, have conversations with me, insights, questions, get me thinking, show me content, direct me towards reading, exercises, what to do, explaining to me why I am the way I am, why my psychic senses are the way they are. And they were of incredible assistance to me when I was young, because when my abilities reawoken in when I was 12, it was quite a shock to my system, because they had sort of gone dormant up to a point, not dormant fully. I still could sense creatures. I could still like sit here and reach my mind out and sense where there's an animal or a creature and go straight to it and find it, like a snake. I could sense spiders. I could sense, I could sense creatures with my consciousness. So I still had those kind of abilities, and I still had instincts, and I still would know things. And when I was 12, that got fully blown open again. So it was between the age of 6 and 12 that they were not so active. And in 12, they blew wide open. Then I was fully latent, fully able to communicate with beings telepathically, fully able to connect with beings, fully able to take beings, put them into my body, let them talk through my body, able to leave my body, able to telepathy, to connect with, if people were latent and open with them at a distance. A whole lot of other stuff, premonitions, the future, all these things, and having visions and clairvoyance and clairaudience, and these were things I grew up with, past lives, re-experiencing, re-channeling these information. And so anyway, I trained hard and I studied hard, and then I ended up in Israel, and I ended up with masters of the Kabbalah, who were actual masters of the Kabbalistic Institute in the University of Jerusalem, and they used to train a lot of the rabbis in Israel. So these were real Kabbalists. They had real background and knowledge, but that's Jewish Kabbalah, different line of Kabbalah. Nonetheless, I spent almost 2 years. That's why I stayed in Israel for almost 2 years. I was originally only going to go there for 3 months, but then I met this Philippe, like within 48 hours of touching down in Israel. I'm sitting on a beach playing my drum, Tel Aviv. And this couple, I see them in a distance, and I look into his eyes and I connect with him. And I'm like, this interesting connection. And I see them again later on walking past, and I connect with them. And then I'm sitting down at the beach, and then they come past, and it's like 3 times now we've seen each other in the streets, walking around different places in Tel Aviv, and just an eye-to-eye like connection. So he comes to sit with me, and we're sitting, and he says, this is going to be like a weird question, but I'm going to get a phone call from a guy now, and I've got a strong feeling that you should talk to him. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm game. For me, this is normal. These kind of situations are normal. So anyway, he gets the call. It turns out these guys are going to Khalil, because Philippe, the guy who was he had retired as a Kabbalah professor, but he had, or teacher, and he had a biodynamic farm in a special place called Khalil, where he focused on his biodynamic farming. That was his mission. And he used his Kabbalah for his farming. And he also had a place called Chovak Zev, which was his, that he had gotten was his contract. And he wasn't really using it much, but he was managing this place. It's a beach. It's one of the oldest, very important beaches in Israel, in the north of Naharia. It's about, I think it's about 5-6 kilometers north of Naharia, maybe 7. Anyway, I digress. Spoke to him, and there was an instant connection. Instant connection. And so I started learning with him. He realized immediately when he spoke to me, he said, I see. You have come here for the spiritual things. Very good, very good. Why don't you come with this couple to meet me on my farm in Klil? And I was like, yeah, cool. I'm game. He says, I have a feeling we will share great times together. I was like, cool. So I met him, and immediately I noticed this guy had like a certain latency, consciousness, openness, awareness, development. You get to know these things when you are around people who have been trained and they've been initiated and they've opened their psychic senses. You can tell. Same as like martial arts. If you're around someone who's been trained in martial arts, you look in their eyes, you can tell. There's a presence. There's a certain presence. And next thing he started saying to me, so I see you are practicing this some kind of mystical thing? What is you are practicing? Your aura, your what do you call it? Your spirale, around your body is very strong. So anyway, we started talking, and turned out I was going to stay there, and I was going to learn about a bit of biodynamic farming. And then he wanted me to manage his beach, which there wasn't really much to do. It's just to be there. He needed someone to be there. And there was this big dog, Rambo, who fell in love with me. And he said, Rambo can come and live with you, huh? You love this dog. Yeah. So he let this massive, beautiful dog come and live with me. I fell in love, and I was so happy on this beach. And then he came to my room, which was actually a big caravan, which was behind, which was separate to the main place. And he came in and he said, I see now what you're doing. Because I had all my things on the walls. I had basically been drawing like all of my glyphs and all of my sigils and all of my, diagrams to keep information. Because when you're studying, this is what you do. You put diagrams everywhere around you on the walls, and you sit and contemplate your diagrams, and you put lots of information into one diagram. And he saw this and he was like, I see you have been doing this a long time. And so we started talking and sharing, and before I knew it, I was getting powerful insights shared with him. And then he said to me, oh no, I have these friends, they want to meet you. Actually, this one, his name is, and he's the one of the head teachers of the Jerusalem Kabbalistic Institute in University of Jerusalem. And he's an old friend of mine. We used to be teaching there together, but he wants to meet you. So I said to him, why doesn't he come to Chofak Ziv and he can spend the weekend there with you? Is that okay? So I was like, yeah, cool. So he came. I met him. This guy was like full power. It was like intense. Then he was like, yeah, there's another person from the faculty who wants to meet me. And so, I ended up getting these faculty members coming to spend weekends with me on the beach and blow my mind with questions and Kabbalistic philosophies and ideas and different ways of looking at things. So anyway, my bottom line is this. I practiced this for much of my life. I studied it for much of my life. Now I recently discovered that there's information being put out there which is weird. It's like it's reversed. And I was like, oh my gosh, is this what's written in all these books? So there were certain fringe people who would maybe write books and they wouldn't be taken seriously in the past because it was like just nonsense. But now that this woke generation is ready, this stuff has been pushed. And so these woke versions, like Aleister Crowley is a classic example of a counterintelligence movement for the occult to create confusion. And so I noticed like upside down ideas related to the Kabbalah and very foundational, important information. And I'll give you an example. You've got the four worlds of the Kabbalistic sphere, right? The four worlds, it's a fundamental part of Kabbalism. And you can relate it to, I can relate it to Taoism, I can relate it to the Vedic system, because I was trained in the Vedic system when I lived in India, which I lived for, many, many years. The better part of 2 decades I spent in a lot of it in India, quite a chunk of it in Sri Lanka, Nepal, I kept going. So I spent a lot of time there training with different teachers. And so what I've realized is that there is this weird thing going on here. Sorry, I just want to get this. There we go. It's gone off. There's this weird nonsense being pushed by these elites, and they are using the media, and they are using YouTube, and they are using popular printing presses to push these narratives and having lots of these books written. And it's all chaos magic related, a lot of these ideas. And for example, you've got Atzilut, you've got Bria, you've got Yetzirah, and you've got Ashia. Those are the four worlds. Now, from a shamanic perspective, you've got the four worlds. You've got the divine plane, you've got the underworld, and you've got the middle world, which is the world of activity, right? And you've got the same idea happening. And these are 3 phases of dream time that come together to manifest in physical dream time. The same idea is present in the Kabbalah, where you got Atzilut, archetypal structure of reality, Bria, which is the creative element of reality, and you got Yetzirah, which is the formative aspect of creation, and the creative embeds itself within the formative, and it becomes substantiated by the archetypal, and these three merge to form the Ashia, which is the Malkut and the physical reality in which we live. Same ideas of shamanism. And you can look at Taoism. You've got the physical world, right? And the physical world is being driven by the Jing. And the Jing is a very dense form of powerful energy. It's related to our instincts. It's related to sexuality. It's related to all of these elements, and it's a particular field of energy. Humans have it. We've focused the Jing and stored it for our sexual, erotic potential and desire. It's what powers desire in the human awareness. Then you've got Qi or Qi, depending if you're Japanese or Chinese. And the Qi or Qi is the energetic field that flows through us. And it substantiates and it embeds itself within the Jing, right? And that Qi is then filling us with presence. Then you got the Shen, right? And the Shen is the spiritual, emotional energy that fills us. It's related to the higher divine emotions, right? And so these are divisions. The Shen, right, is a division. And the Qi is a division. The Qi within the body is related to forming dense Jing. And when you look at it like this, you can see the Qi. You can relate this to the Egyptian system as well, right? The Egyptians have got the Ka, right? The Ka is that expressive, self-expressive. It's charged by thought. Then you got the Ba. The Ba is charged by your heart's intent, charged by the subtle emotions. And then you've got the Ark. And the Ark is the body of related to Atzilut, right? Related to the highest spiritual body. And so when you look at this, you can see there's obvious parallels. The Shen is related to the water element very clearly, right? And so that's important to understand. Now, in Kabbalistic cosmology, the Bria is the equivalent, and it's related to the water element. In fact, it's connected to Binna. Binna is the throne of Bria. And this has got to do with the two oceans. And there's the living ocean and the not living ocean. And these are extreme polarities. And within this, there is a kernel of the divine feminine. So that the triple goddess is residing within the Binna, the divine feminine. And it relates to the element of water. Now, you'll find in modern texts, they've switched this over to relate to the element of air. And if you ask Google, this is what they will tell you. But if you then hold Google accountable, they'll go, oh, well, in the traditional older forms of Kabbalah, it was related to the water element. Now, you might think, what's the difference here? Well, what's the difference? It's a huge difference, right? Because these elements, these elemental energies are actually not just in our thoughts conceptually, they're in our bodies. And if we improperly imprint upon the energies in our bodies, we're going to have an effect on our physiology. I want you to understand how this works, right? So having a proper insight of what we're dealing with when it comes to the occult and esoteric practices is important, because we have the power to shift and change our physical bodies. I want you to think about the implications behind that. It's a loaded weapon. So there are so many of these ideas that have been sort of literally, and it's deliberately twisted, deliberately turned upside down so that the system is useless. Because if you try and use a system like that, it's going to create more confusion in your mind. It's going to give you inverted perspectives. And instead of reaching into a spiritual plane, you're going to reach into the klipot plane. This is really important to understand. In the Kabbalah, it's well known that if you invert these elements, you're gonna be reaching into the klipot plane. And so instead of having experiences of a divine nature, you're going to have experiences of something else. And so that's like just food for thought, just from a deep occult perspective. And you'll see the same thing. It's the same idea as what I was talking about with the chakras, right? Activating people's Sahasrara chakra ahead of time is not healthy for their physiology or their mental well-being or their psychological health. What do you think, India? Am I seeing you interested in saying something, brother?
Yeah, actually, I'm curious as to what role the Kliphoth took in that, because Shauna, who we had on the other day, is very much versed in the Kliphoth, and she talks about the husk from the original creation of man, and the dark forces that resulted and were used to, in the beginning, to create the universe and the world and mankind, and they left a husk that remained. But I didn't remember exactly what role that it took in your narrative that you spoke of. Is it something that people should only be versed in when they're like an adept and reach the higher levels of understanding?
Yeah, well, actually, should you ever be dealing with the Kliphoth specifically?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Like, really, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, where they came from is a story in itself, and there are different ideas that you'll find. But what the Kliphoth relates to is what they call the fallen tree. So there is a fallen tree, and it's a tree of life that goes deep down through the underworld, but it connects to something very specific. And so we're talking about what Rudolf Steiner was talking about is the eighth sphere, right? They have their own structure. They have their own, what do you call it? When you have system where one system's on top of another system, on top of another system, on top of another system. Their own order, right? Like you've got orders of angels, you've got orders of beings in the Western schools. And these beings have like a particular hierarchy. They have their own hierarchical system in the eighth sphere, which is completely inverted to the to the hierarchical systems that we have here on the physical plane. So, that is what the Kliphoth is. They represent the shadow parts of the spheres that are manifesting this reality that are unmanifest here, but they lead to lower forms of evolution into lower potential creations, if that makes sense. In the same way that the divine hierarchy leads you up to the Ein Sof, through the Ein Sof Or, you can transcend the Ein Sof Or and go into higher spheres of evolution beyond the sphere of existence. So yeah, basically it's what people talk about the left-hand path, that is the hierarchy related to that, where that comes from.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been like recently fascinated by it, but I haven't really looked into it as deeply as I've been trying to. I guess something about me is kind of pulling back from getting more deeply involved in it. I don't necessarily want to be part of the group, but I want to kind of observe like what goes on there and what kind of wisdom I can gain from it if I need to protect myself or use banishing spells or anything like that. If I get into a situation where I could be in danger from people that practice Goetia or things like that. I recently had a client as a therapist that had been having voices talk to her in her head, and they seemed pretty harmless. They just told jokes to her, and she would just kind of go into hysterical laughter spontaneously. It was a bit offsetting, but it didn't seem like it was very damaging to her. Although she then started to try to turn on me and said that she was going to try to send the dark entities towards me with Lilith and Beelzebub and Samael and stuff. So I got her family involved. They ended up taking her to psychiatrists to get her put on antipsychotics. And I kind of bowed out of the situation, but hopefully she's in a better place now. I don't know if that means that like the Qliphoth and the Qliphot and the various entities of the dark realm or the mirror realm of the underworld that mirrors the heavenly kingdom, if they do any good, or if they've just been demonized, they have a role and a purpose. But I feel like there's something there of value to understand it, at least. But
I guess with the
no.
Qliphoth, my thoughts are is it's essentially like you got to look at each sort of like Qliphothic sphere as essentially kind of like an evil, bizarro version of the sphere it represents. Because like I think I remember something. It's like Chesed, which is kind of like I don't remember, but like the Qliphothic equivalent is kind of like a it's like the devouring one or something like that. So each one of these is like basically like, you know, because it's like basically I don't know, I don't remember what all the Kabbalah associations are, because it's kind of like been a while since I've really, you know, delved into Western occultism. But the idea of the Qliphoth is that you compare it with the tree of life. The idea is that in Kether represents essentially unity in God, whereas the Qliphothic tree represents what happens when there's a duality in God, essentially a war in God. So basically, the Kether equivalent in the Qliphothic system is essentially the sort of duality of God. And the idea is that basically the Qliphoth represents the emanations of all the chaotic duality of these two sort of forces, you know, chaotically duking it out with each other. And then the Qliphothic tree is the sort of the manifestation from that, in the same way that Kether manifests down to the lower Sephiroth in the same way. So it's like it's basically a tree formed from unity, which is what the standard tree of life is, whereas the Qliphoth represents a tree created in duality instead. So if you understand it from that perspective, I think that that could be a good place to start. Just understanding what the Qliphoth actually is. It's kind of like the mirror, sort of like dark side of the tree of life. It basically kind of like it's sort of like all the kind of the evil, like twisted versions of that. Because in a lot of ways, you know, the thing about the nature of evil itself is that there's nothing really like specific about it. What I mean is it's like you can't really point evil to a specific type of person. It's not necessarily someone who values strength or intellect. It might not be someone who's materialistic. It might not be somebody that's spiritualistic. Basically, I always think of evil as essentially an inverted version of all the things that are going on in life. So if you think about think of it like this, like evil, it's not like it's a distinct color, like, you know, red, blue, or yellow. It's like good is red, orange, and all the colors of the rainbow. And essentially evil is a sort of darker version of that same rainbow. It's like a kind of like a hollow copy, but it doesn't really have any sort of subjective qualities in of itself. And I think it's important to realize, because I think what a lot of these sort of evil forces doing is it tries to create us versus them narratives, where they try to paint themselves like, you know, as the good guys versus the bad guys, not like basically fooling you into realizing that, you know, they're actually essentially the evil beings. So I think when it comes to understanding the Qliphothic tree of life, you have to see it as kind of like the sort of the shadow version of the tree, and basically kind of like what happens when that Kether isn't in unity, and the sort of the chaotic tumult that results from it. So it's like basically kind of like the chaotic version of the tree of life, as opposed to the sort of the ordered standard Kabbalistic tree of life.
Yeah, unbalanced, out of harmony, basically, and obsessive, basically. The obsessive qualities of each. So each quality that's positive can be negative. Like you mentioned, what did you mention? You mentioned the devourers, for example, right? And so that is the principle of expansion, right? That expansive principle, which is benevolent and inclusive, and it absorbs all things into itself, right? And in an unbalanced way, it's a devourer, if that makes sense, right? In a balanced way, it's integrating everything in. So it relates to integrity. But when the integrity is obsessive, then you want to devour everything into yourself to be a part of you. And so it becomes egoic, if that makes sense. Like, so in that way, it's like it's basically the toxic potential of the goodness that relates to the profound love, because love is an integral force, which is the fourth sphere, and love brings things together. And so by bringing things together, it integrates all things. But in its obsessive quality, it can be quite toxic. And like, it's interesting when you look at that, like the will, for example, if you go with the fifth sphere, so it's like the fourth sphere and the fifth sphere sit together as a polarity, if you would. The fifth sphere represents, like, the will, discipline and focus, developing a clear and decisive action, and relating that to like pure intent. But obsessively, that control that represents in the will, and that discipline can be like become extreme in being unbalanced in a form of like wanting to take over the world, wanting to rule over everybody, cruelty, you see. So there's the same thing, the same place where discipline comes from, cruelty comes from. So it's understanding how the psyche works on one hand level, but at the same time realizing there is a chain of life that connects us to everybody else, and us to the aspects within ourselves, and that all of those aspects are living aspects. They're creatures that are alive. They're not just, people think of archetypes as just being ideas. Well, they're living ideas. This is the thing that people forget, that these ideas are beings, and it's something to wrap their head around. So yeah, like in a sense, there's a dangerous entity involved when we were talking about these klipot, and these entities can drive us towards becoming that way. Like a devourer, for example, cosmic, would make you become very greedy, right? Would make you become extremely greedy, and you would just want. You'd be greedy. You'd want everything for yourself. You'd want all the prestige for yourself, all the fame for yourself, all the resources for yourself, all the knowledge for yourself, right? There's a heavy element of exclusivity involved to that, for example, which obviously isn't a healthy way to live. But yeah, it's very interesting when we start to look at how a lot of these things are being portrayed, and like how, what is the point of understanding the Natalie, you'd rather be in the light than deal with the dark entities. That makes a lot of sense, Natalie. It does make sense, though at the same time, like, there has to be a balance, I think. The reason why I don't feel people should work with a klipot is I think that when you are ready, the klipot will be knocking at your door. Does that make sense, Cosmic, to you? It's not something you need to go looking for. Like, the moment, it's like this, the moment you become awakened and you start to pulse with like vibratory power, right, of any sphere, when you're getting to the point where you're actually getting somewhere, the klipot will knock at your door, right? And you will have to face up to that, because that's how it works. So it's something that happens naturally, and when it happens, you do want to be prepared to be able to deal with it. And then there are recipes for how to deal with it, though I think like there's a much more grounded way of dealing with it, on a day-to-day. Like, people think that Kabbalah is all about sitting in your room with the lights off with a circle on the ground doing rituals. It's actually the rituals that we do when we leave our front door, the rituals that we do when we walk into our family home, the rituals that we do when we walk into the office, the the rituals that we do when we walk past the homeless person on the street, for example. Like all of those rituals are the real rituals. And so getting back to what Indy was saying, if you really want to protect yourself, the most profound and most powerful way to protect yourself is how you live your life. And if you live your life in accordance with these divine principles, then you are protected by the divine principles that you live your life in accordance with. Does that make sense?
I think a useful application for the clip-off, because we've been talking about like false spiritual practices and deception and spirituality, right? Because you think about what the Kabbalah essentially is essentially it's an instruction manual on how God manifests things in the universe. So the idea is you start with the top, God has an idea, it's goes down to Malkuth, and it manifests itself. And that's kind of like how the metaphysical structure of the universe works. Well, you got to think about what the clip-off is essentially doing is they're understanding that structure that I'm talking about right here and using that to mimic that and deceive people. So what I'm seeing is clip-off might be give you an insight into how these fake religions deceive people. Because you think about it, of all these things that you're talking about that are like bad, like think about the ayahuasca, cults we're talking about, for example, that probably has some place on the clip-offic tree of death where that's represented, because it's taking some positive aspect of the tree of life and then using it as a subversive weapon to trick you. So it's essentially, if you think about like, psychedelics create the beauty of Tippereth, right? But if you take a cult, you're essentially I'm going to trick people into thinking that they're tapping into the beauty of Tippereth because I understand its clip-offic opposite, and then I can use that that understanding of that to then manipulate people into a path of darkness because I understand that. So basically you're kind of understanding how the manipulative architecture sort of works, and you can arm yourself against it. So if any way, what the clip-offic tree of life is used, what evil people use it for, is a way to create a false tree of life. So the tree of death is almost like a zombie that pretends to be a living person and sort of like, lives among the human beings. And when they least expect it, they eat the person's brain in this proverbial metaphor. So I'm thinking about like, because you think about like the tree of life, because I'm thinking like there's like, what type of, and for example, or like, I'm trying to think of like another example of what I'm talking about, like in terms of like power, for example, like maybe there's like a religion that's all about like, power and discipline and, working hard and like, believing itself. And then you think about like the fascists and, the Nazis taking that Gebura sort of aspect and then creating a sort of dark, twisted, clip-offic version of that, taking that understanding of Gebura and then using the clip-offic reverse dark side to then do the nefarious, sinister effect of kind of getting them into the darkness. So in a way, it's kind of like psychopathy in the sense that the tree of darkness is so that you can figure out how to mimic the tree of life to trick people into thinking that you're God. Man, it's really dark when I just like say it out there that like that.
Glad I didn't go right now. I can go to the loo just now. Yeah, it's interesting what you're talking about here, Cosmic. I think that is really the understanding of these dark powers. You spoke about religion, and that's quite interesting. When we look at religion, like and just exactly like, for example, like if you look at religion, you've got different dark powers. You've got the dark powers associated with Chokmah, and you've got the dark powers associated with Binah. And Chokmah is an interesting one. You all know that one, right? When you think about the devil, he's got certain names you probably associated with that one. The Bills. I won't say it, but it's a root of an Arabic word as a suffix, and that has got to do with like creating delusion, is that the right word? Deliberately overturning your ideas in your mind so that you can't keep track, so that you become confused, so that you become sort of lost in lies, but like in delusions, right? And that there's an element of inertia that you can't move out of. So that's like the inner one, which you can see that the churches and religions have used, haven't they? Basically, they put out like I'll give you a classic example. The only way to God is in this way. If you don't go to God in this way, you're going to end up in hell, and you're stuck. You're going to burn, and this is that, like the illusion story that you've been given, right? And so it creates this confusion in the head of like God's a good guy that wants to liberate us, but if we don't do what we're told, we're going to burn in hell forever, right? This is like a heavy dichotomy. Like, what kind of a God has planned this out for us? He must be a good guy, right? And so you're absorbed to digest these contradicting ideas that don't make sense, which generates confusion. And then they hit you with the next one as well, which is like associated with so that is taking the root of two words. Sat is the root of Saturn. Om Tat Sat. Sat is the very abstract state of being, which is the first principle from whence the beginnings of truth arises, shall we say. But then they say, like, the other part is aerial. Now, the System of a Down did a track about this, the word aerial, which is reaching outwards towards us. So that's interesting. And so the root of the word comes from that. And so it relates to, obviously, the getting the evil eye, giving the evil eye. But it's specifically related to when someone's trying to lead you up the garden path. So there's an element of being deceived. There's an element of being, it's not specifically trickery, because that's a different element. That's mercurial in its nature. But there is this where the truth is deliberately being obscured, but the truth is being given to you. So the truth is being given to you in a way that it obscures you, as opposed to just outright generate confusion. So they give you a little bit of truths with the Bible, and then wrap up the others in obscurity, and then add up deliberate delusion nonsense that they wrap up to it, which is creating dichotomies. And they use these two principles to hook you into this cult. And you'll find like a lot of cults use these two principles, use like the klipot of Bina and the klipot of Chokmah to generate this polarity of confusion that they can keep you trapped within, because you always have to have a polarity that generates space. If you've got two things, you can generate space between those two things, and you can keep someone like a prisoner in that proverbial polarity, if you will. So you're right, Cosmic. It's very interesting. There's a lot to learn from understanding these things, but like understanding them and working with them is a different thing, right? Actually trying to invoke them because you want to get power over them, which is like basically the kind of thing like Dr. Crowley would have wanted to do, which, I can see the point of that, to be honest. But at the same time, there's an egoic center. So now, because of the negative power of the sixth sphere is like, wow. There's a lot of people suffering under the sixth sphere's element at the moment. That's narcissism, right? That's like being so obsessed with one's own self-image that one's self-image is perfect, right? And we see this, like, this is so typical, it's related to extreme arrogance. It's like, look at how beautiful and perfect I am, but when you're not. And so there's hypocrisy in that one. And so we can see like hypocrisy and narcissism is rife in this day and age. Like we see it in our leaders, right? We see it in our stars, right? On television. We see it in our politicians that are controlling us, right? That bring out a bill because they want to protect children, right? And they want to make the world a better place. But then we notice that they've been on Epstein's ranch playing with the children in their spare time. You see that you see that kind of like nonsense that we have to live with. And I think all of that sort of imprints itself on our unconscious to some degree. And so a lot of us are suffering with that sort of level of of complete and utter hypocrisy and narcissism, and people being obsessed with their own public image, but not being real, not being authentic and genuine. So that is like a, how do you think Crowley turned completely mad?
Drugs.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he used well, to be honest with you, I think he was obsessed with his own public image, right? Because he was such a he
Yeah.
put himself into the public eye in such a way, and drugs, and more drugs, and I think more drugs.
I mean, he created the archetype of the modern 20th century rock star, essentially. Like all that sex, drugs, and rock and roll literally started with him. Like that, like before all the 60s, Led Zeppelin, the Doors, they were all into Crowley. But anyway, I wanted to talk about what you were talking about, the contradiction with like God being sort of loving and hateful, because I think there's something very intentional about that. So the thing is, like, you have to use these two powers together. So it's like a dialectical sort of process, right? So because if God is only loving, God becomes a pushover. People think, oh, it's like, you know what, God's not going to punish me. I can do whatever the hell I want, right? And so no one takes him seriously. And conversely, if God is just this cruel, I'm going to punish you, people think, oh, well, that God's a demon. He's obviously this cruel, racist God. I'm not going to believe him, take him seriously. So what you do is it's just like a cluster B relationship, just like a relationship with a narcissist where they abuse you, but then they try to get a little bit of sympathy to try to reel you back in, right? So what I mean by that is like, God will be like, oh, God loves you, but then you'll do something and God will be mad at you, and then you'll be afraid of God, but then you won't want to get away from God because you'll still want to appease God. So in a way, it's kind of like you're afraid of God, and so you don't want to so you don't want to, get punished by them, but you also love God. You think God loves you. So then you also feel guilty for abandoning God. So you're in that and it's the same dynamic as being in a relationship with a narcissist where it's like, you think they can change, you think it's like, oh, well, he has a temper, but no, he's really nice sometimes. I know he acts violent, but if you really get to know him, he's actually really sweet and you just don't understand him. And I think it's kind of that same, and that's the kind of dynamic that you're essentially dealing with, where it's like, on one hand, the cruelty keeps you from like getting away from God, because if you try to escape God, he's going to punish you. But at the same time, it's like if he's kind of good, it's like you also want to kind of stay with him. So it creates this kind of codependency. And there's also this aspect of you needing God's protection. Otherwise, Satan's going to get you. And then it's like, because Satan exists, that makes you dependent on God. And so the reality is that you have to have that moral confusion, because that's what really paralyzes and indoctrinates people. And I think you see the same dynamic without a cult, because like I said, if it's morally consistent and God's just great, then you can't really control people with that, because then no one's going to take him seriously because he's not going to punish you. You can basically just do whatever you want. Conversely, if he's totally evil and totally, cruel and vexatious, then people aren't going to take that seriously either, because then they think, oh, this is just a monster. This is a demon. This is a racist God from an old time. But if you create that moral confusion of good versus evil, so you think something is good is evil and something is evil is good and vice versa, that is what traps you emotionally. That confusion between good and evil and not being able to discern the difference between the two and trying to take those things in inversion. So by having that sense of moral certainty and having a better sense of what's right and what's wrong, you can see past the bullshit inversions.
Yeah, it's a well-crafted trap to keep people blocked. Except for those who naturally have understanding and discernment. They kind of see right through it. I was able to see through that stuff at age 7, which is why I was kind of kicked out of my Presbyterian church. And they said I wasn't welcome there because I was a heretic. I was basically saying, like, it seems like your God is a devil and your devil is the real God, because God has all the characteristics of a child, immature brat, whereas the Lucifer character seems to have all the characteristics of the child at heart with the mind of an elder. So I felt like there's like true understanding. People want to understand the differences between good and evil, which, I mean, how different is that by than the idea that they say that when Jesus atoned our sins, that we went from having a heart of stone and no conscience to having then a heart of flesh and developing a conscience that we would know in our heart and our soul when we did wrong. But then to make matters worse, instead of that being enough, they said that our sins had already been atoned. So we had already been forgiven, which to me, that's like a double whirl where you're kind of going to loops that don't need to happen. It brings you nowhere in a downward spiral. And
It
really what happens,
totally parallels. I just want to like add to this. It totally pairs what narcissists do when it's like you try to leave them. It's like you were nothing before I was with you. I made you a
Right.
better person. You were nothing without me. It's the same dynamic. But continue.
yeah. So basically, like what it was at that point, it could have been helpful for people to then know that they realized when they were doing wrong. And then not only could they realize that, but they could then do true repentance with true faith instead of just believing and then being forgiven by someone else. They could actually have understanding and the certainty that the right would be done for one and all at all times. And that's different than believing in something else that you don't understand. And then true repentance would be actually being willing to change yourself so that you're no longer in that cycle of transgressive inclinations. Fall away from that once you realize that you're in them, and then come into inclinations towards diligent moral behaviors, doing the right thing consistently instead of having done the wrong thing, because now you're not in what's called nescience, the lack of knowledge that you were doing something wrong. Then you're in full ignorance. If you know you were doing something wrong and then you continue, that's where you enter into ignorance. But sometimes people are just naive, and the state of naivety where you're doing wrong things is called nescience, which people are not really familiar with that term very much. But I think that once you make that shift and you come into an understanding that you had been doing wrong things, it's not about other people forgiving you or some external figure forgiving you. And then especially not about continuing on doing that after that. It really should be more about, even if that other person forgives you and it's not something internal, then you should be able to turn over a new leaf and put the good step forward to become better.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. And I think it's like important. And I agree, you know, that like there's a lot of confusion and obfuscation that's being created as a result of, you know, everything that's going on in the world at the moment. And I do think that, you know, it doesn't really help us going into this sort of place where we are at right now, right? Because we've been taught the blame game, haven't we? That's how we were taught in school. We were educated, and I use that word like a evil slur word, like a swear word. We were educated into conform or be singled out and blamed, you know, for not doing what you were meant to do, not conforming in the way that you were supposed to, for being basically a failure. If you didn't write down the answers that other people wanted you to write in your tests, or regurgitate what you were told to regurgitate, you were in trouble, right? If you didn't conform or fit into the mold that was given to you. D Love, I was hoping you were here. I got something to say to D Love today. Dang, man, I really wanted to say this to you, D Love. Hold on, maybe I can. Can I? Is that it? Yep, there it is, D Love. So you made a comment earlier, D Love, that I actually made a note of, but I didn't really follow it through, because like the conversation moved, and then I went off to go and say goodnight to my son and hug and kiss him. And then he wanted a salty lassi. I had to make him a salty lassi. That was when I came on my phone. But anyway, you were saying, like, with seasoned use of the Enneagram, will the need for books be obsolete? You know, I don't think that there is actually a need for books. I think the books can be a useful thing. They can be useful. They can also be detrimental. I don't think the Enneagram itself is the full thing that you need, but understanding how numbers work. You see, numerology is fundamentally important to understand, because if you understand numerology, you're stepping one step closer to understanding the word. And if you can understand the word, then you can understand the kind of conditioning that's being laid out towards us as spells and mind control and manipulation in the media, through advertising, through films, through the education system, through all these different facets that they have to manipulate us and control us. Understanding the power of words, the essence of words, understanding the essence of number, numerology is always going to be a powerful thing to understand, because it's very useful. And once you start to grasp numerology, you can then start to grasp the geometry that's related to the numerology. And the sacred geometry will give you a deeper sense to how the etheric realm is structured. So, yeah, you know, understanding the Enneagram is really a powerful thing. However, I just want to point out that it's really important that, once again, that the numbers are understood correctly. I think this is a really important point. Just I've noticed in the New Age Enneagram that's so popular. That was invented by psychologists, as you know. Well, I imagine you know. But it's sold as if it's an ancient Greek Enneagram, which it isn't. In fact, the geometry they use is wrong. It's not an Enneagram. If you are using a system like that, you've got to correct the numbers, because the meanings of numbers are really important. And if you start to convolute and create inverted meanings of numbers, invert certain numbers to have different meanings, then that is going to cause your understanding of language to be obfuscated, as well as everything that comes out of it. So, but yeah, I think Enneagram is a healthy thing to understand, because it's the association of numbers. In fact, I'll let you in on a secret, D-Love. What we call the Kabbalah is not a Jewish mysticism practice. It was just merely kept by the mystics, right? So the true roots of that knowledge of esoteric and occult wisdom goes back to, well, the Assyrians were practicing Gematria, and the Akkadians were using Gematria. So the Akkadians had the Tree of Life, which was what we have uncovered as Chaldean Enneagram, is really the notation of the Akkadian numerology, right? And the understanding of the Tree of Life and of the spheres, the 9 spheres. And so it's what is the Kabbalah is they've taken the 9 spheres and they've brought it into its completion, so that we can recognize that the 9 spheres become the 10th sphere. But the 10th sphere is really the first sphere of a series of spheres, 9 spheres. To understand that is like quite a fun thing to recognize. And this is relation to evolution, the evolutionary process. But so when we're speaking about the true Enneagram, we are actually talking about the Kabbalah. But we're talking about a much older version that comes from Chaldea. And it's not by accident that there are 21 fundamental important connections in the true historic Enneagram. Not a coincidence at all, connecting the numerations. And that the understanding of the 10th sphere as it is understanding that how 7 becomes octave of 8, is how 9 becomes a field of 10. And so when you're speaking of the 9, the Enneagram, but you're speaking of it as a loop, it then becomes the 10 spheres. The same as when you're speaking about the 7 notes of music, But when it becomes a loop, you're speaking about the octave of music, right? So to understand that is to understand the connection between the Enneagram and what we call the Kabbalah. And the Jews did a great job of looking after the Kabbalah for us. We should take our hats off to them, respect. They kept it neat and tidy for the most part. They added some of their non-clutter to it, but fair play, you can't blame them. But we've then been taught that the Hermetic Kabbalah comes from the Jewish Kabbalah, which isn't actually true. From my experience, from my knowledge of the lodges, that's an inversion of information. But it's an inversion of information that was kept specifically so that non-initiated would become confused. But these traditions are ancient, and so Gnosticism, the Gnostic knowledge, is really a relation to this as well. And understanding that the Gnostic tradition does speak very specifically about these hierarchies, right? And these hierarchies are really the hierarchies of the 9 spheres, essentially. And so that's why you'll find they talk about the 8 planes, right? Which are beyond the plane of the fundamental heaven. So there's the 9 heavens, you know. So when you look at that and you start to understand like the secret mystic notions being spread, you'll find that what is Christianity is springing from the same knowledge of what is Judaism, is springing from the same knowledge that came before it, which is springing from the same knowledge that came before it. And the Akkadian knowledge of the tree of life and the Gematria, well, we've got it in Sumeria as well, the tree of life and the hierarchies. And the hierarchies as they outline these, it's the Sephirotic tree, we can't find that much evidence of in the Sumerian, but the Sumerian chapter is much older than the Akkadian chapter. But in the Akkadian knowledge, we can find quite a lot of evidence of the Sephirotic tree and the Gematria that went with it. So it's just food for thought to realize when you think that the Kabbalah is a Jewish thing, think again. They just happened to keep it neat and tidy. But they weren't the only ones that kept it neat and tidy. I want you to think about the tarot for a moment, right? The tarot. Did the tarot come from Judaism? Okay, so what's the oldest reference of tarot? What's oldest tarot reference ever? Let's see. I'm curious what they're going to say here. Okay, so they're talking about the 1400s in northern Italy. I know that I have a feeling this somewhat older. What's oldest reference to playing cards? Now, the oldest reference to the tarot is not when the tarot was started. It's just that's what we've got ideas. So we've got in the 9th century in Chinese text, we've got, and in the 800s, 1868 AD, which is got to do with the cards. Oldest reference to playing cards of 4 suits of 10 cards. And so we've got in the 12th and 13th centuries, right? And we've got these Egyptian decks, right? Now you got to understand what these playing cards are. You got to understand what these. So we've got the tarot reference that goes back to the 1440s in northern Italy, according to this. But I think there's earlier references. But that's what we've got actual writing that they can track. 1425. They had a featuring gods and birds with the Duke Visconti. So we've got these old playing decks which represent the numbers, right? The numerations. And 4 suits of these numbers. This is the Kabbalah. I want you to appreciate this. The Kabbalah was around in the 1400s in the Western Europe. Nothing to do with Judaism. It was hidden. Why did the Kabbalah have to be hidden? Because of the Catholics and their burning rituals. Remember the burning rituals? Yeah, the burning rituals. So those burning rituals caused everybody who had knowledge of those ancient practices of what we call the Kabbalah today to have to go underground and hide.
and that knowledge had to be secreted. But the knowledge was kept alive in a playing deck. And that playing deck is the four worlds of the Kabbalah. We got Atzilut, Bria, we got Yetzirah, we got Ashia, we got the four worlds. We got the numerations of the 10 Sefirot in these four worlds, right? This is what the playing cards are. So the Kabbalah didn't come from Judaism in the 1700s, like all the blooming moronic nonsense that's being broadcasted in all the writings and all the books that we've got in modern times tell us. Because the Kabbalah was always around, it was just hidden and it was secreted, and it was a very dangerous thing to know. And if you knew it, you were playing with your life and your family's lives and your property and your estate and your titles. Your titles would be taken, your estate would be taken, your life would be taken, and your family's lives would be taken. So that was what Christianity brought to the world. Well done, Christians. Yeah, they almost did away with the Kabbalah, but not quite. It survived in the form of playing cards, and there was a hidden part of the playing cards called the Major Arcana, which also survived, which comes from ancient Egypt. So the Kabbalah, as we know it, actually comes from ancient Egypt, comes from the land of Kem. It's a Kemetic knowledge. It's Kemetic knowledge that survived through Europe in the form of playing cards, was kept. Some of that knowledge was being rediscovered in the 900s, in the 800s, right? In the 1300s, the Major Arcana were being rediscovered because the Catholics had basically gone on crusades. Remember the crusades? So because of the crusades, all of that, those cards, all of that knowledge, all of those illustrations, they were burnt, right? So there's something to think about. So when you come across this idea that Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism and is related to, it's not related to Judaism. It's not related to Abrahamism. It's not related to that. It has been used and appropriated by that group of people in the same way that the other groups of people have all appropriated it. Most groups of people had them. However, in the West, we had these fundamentalist Christians that went around burning books, sacrificing people, torturing people, doing bad things. And so people were afraid to keep that knowledge alive, but the knowledge was there and it was a part of it. And, why were the Knights Templars banned? Because they had this ancient knowledge, right? Which comes from the land of Kemet, which is ancient. So remember that when you're talking about Kabbalah. Hermetic Kabbalah doesn't come from Judaism. Yes, it reincorporated much of Judaism lore into it, but it stands as a living testament of knowledge that is established with the Torah. That is the difference between Hermetic Kabbalah and Jewish Kabbalah. The Hermetic Kabbalah relates to the Torah, and it always has been related to the Torah because the Torah is a picture book explaining the knowledge of the spheres. The Minor Arcana explaining the knowledge of the lightning bolt, and the Major Arcana explaining the knowledge of the serpent. And the lightning bolt and the serpent are two fundamental symbols that relate to the principles of Kabbalistic law and knowledge. So there's just another example of obfuscation that's happened. So a lot of people don't want to study the knowledge and they don't want to understand it because they think that by studying it, they are subjecting themselves to some weird kind of Abrahamic Jewish stuff. They're not at all. And so it's time for like these lies to be blown open. It's time for people to start recognizing and realizing that there's much more going on here. There's much more to this than what meets the eyes. Consciousness is not bound to form. All written knowledge, past, present, and future, comes from consciousness. Yes, absolutely, Tomru. It's absolutely King Ptah. Yes, exactly, Bernadine. King Ptah, the living God. That's what we're talking about as you live. And, the backward-facing legion, fear, shame, and guilt, Catholicism. Oh, tell me about it, baby. Tell me about it. Games of Teach. Yeah, Games of Thrones. It makes you think of that, doesn't it? Secret Service. Yeah, man, Vince. I see where you've got those guys all over your secrets. Man, and intuition, the archetypes within the tarot are older than tarot cards. But if you look it up, they'll say what you're seeing. Exactly intuition. Those archetypes are the teaching tools of the ancient Kabbalah. I'm using the word Kabbalah, like, let's just say the true Hermetic knowledge from ancient land of Kem, of Thoth, Tahuti, is captured within those archetypal structures and knowledge. And so, in ancient land of Kem, they were very, very fixated with the number 4. And the number 4 was the fundamental structure of reality that they related to from the Kemetic teachings with ancient Egypt. And this is the teachings of the 4 worlds that I was talking about, Atzilat, Beria, Yetzirah, and Ashia, and how the structure of the Trinity, right, becomes the structure of the physical world. And I just want to take you back to the Enneagram, right? Just people, one moment. You guys know what the Ennead is, right? The Ennead. The Ennead are the ancient land of Kem, the Kemetic deities. They are the couplets, the ancient Kemetic deities. Yeah, brother.
Now, the Ennead was the 9, and then there's the Ogdode, which is the 8. Is that correct?
Yes, totally. And so the Ennead is like the foundation and the fundaments of the creation of the universe, right? If we want to get into the specifics of it. So this is what the Kabbalah is. This is what the Enneagram is. And the Ennead is captured the 9 spheres, each sphere of the Ennead, each deity having its own sphere, is encapsulated in a sphere of nine spheres. And that encapsulating sphere of 9 spheres is the 10th sphere. And that sphere is Malkut. So when you start to look at this Kabbalistic knowledge, you see that it's the same knowledge from ancient land of Kem, the same knowledge of the Enneagram, the same knowledge the Greeks had, the same knowledge the Chaldeans had. It's the same knowledge that they had in Arcadia. And it's pretty much a lot of that Arcadia knowledge is coming from Sumeria. So go figure. It's universal knowledge that comes from our ancient past. It's a legacy of all cultures. It's not racial. Kabbalah has nothing to do with Judaism. It's not even specifically to do with the Hebrew language. It's actually the fundamentals of where our language has evolved from pictures, from Kemetic images that were hieroglyphs into phonetic syllables, which were geometric patterns of sound that could be projected through the mouth, and how these 22 archetypes were embodied within sounds and taught. And the beginnings of language, when we talk about the beginnings of language, we talk about the Phoenician and the Paleo-Hebrew and the creation of all these ancient languages, we are talking about the Kabbalah, essentially. So they're not separate. And this is long before Judaism existed. This is before Moses existed, right? I want you to grasp this. Like, way, way older than anything that Judaism can even shake a stick at. Well, we've been going for like 5 hours now, eh? Are there any other things you want to throw on the table, dear indie brother?
I was looking at the hertz of the sacred harmonics associated with the chakras when you started talking about numbers, and I was curious as to what the hertz frequency of 432 would go with and align with as far as the chakra centers. And I found that it actually, in the main model that's most prevalent, it doesn't show up. It kind of jumps from 396 at the Muladhara to 417 as the Svadhisthana, and then it goes to 528 for the Manipura, between the root and the sacral and the solar plexus. But then later I saw there was another model that had 432 exactly as associated with the ajna, or the inner eye. But in that model, they had all of the rest of the numbers have like decimals afterwards besides the inner eye. It was like the first one was like 242.45 hertz for the root. So I don't know what that's about. I've never seen harmonic frequencies having decimal points. But I wonder if you could distinguish or discern between the sacred harmonics and the devil's interval, and which ones are the real ones.
To be honest, I don't know if it's that simple. I think all of those harmonics are all within the chakras,
Yeah.
but
I wonder if somebody
different.
can make a diagram with all the different ones.
Yeah. I think they're all, but in different patterns. If
And
that makes
besides that,
sense.
I wanted to mention I got a copper jug. It was a little dented, so I got it for $17.
Nice.
And I fixed it.
Dude, mine's a lot dented.
Dude, we have like the same one. Look.
Yeah. Mine's been dropped a couple of times. It's been like bounced around. I fell with it on the street once when I was walking with my son. And he was like walking a crab across me. And I was like walking to the side on the edge, right on the edge of the pavement. And then he walked like a crab and he walked right into me, little bugger. And when he walked into me, rather than like falling on top of him, I sort of like threw myself into the street, because like if I fell on him, I'd hurt him, dude. Like, so I fell on the street and I had the bottle in my hand. I was carrying it and I fell onto the bottle. And I was like, dang, I made a big dent in it. But it's copper, dude. It don't break. It's not glass. So a ding's not going to hurt it. Yeah, man.
Maybe it'll a little bit more copper into the water.
Yeah, man. Yeah, copper rocks. I'm trying to find some images that I've got here. I had some pretty cool images, and hopefully I can shoot one, and it might give you an insight into the 432 hertz. But I need to find where I put these images into my pictures, because I'm not quite sure where I put it. But I thought I'd put it here, and I obviously hadn't put it here. When I find it, I will definitely, maybe I'll have to do a show about it. It's got to do with these number pyramids. They're very interesting. Very, extremely interesting. Is it in my numerology case? Sacred triangles. There we go. Now, I just want to see which one it is. So there's all these, I don't know, do you know much about Pascal's numbers? Yeah?
If I get a little refresh, I could probably pick it up fast and remember the patterns, but off the top of my head.
Well, Pascal had an obsession, with number squares, and well, not specifically number pyramids, if we're going to, and the way in which he used to compile and calculate particular number ideas, right? And I just want to find the one which is tuned into 432.
Oh, yeah. 1 + 1. 1 + 1 is 2.
So,
okay, so when there's like two triangles above, one below it, which is it makes like an upside down pyramid, it's the sum of the two above it. So like one next to each other,
I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you what I'm talking about specifically.
So it'll go from like 1 to 1 1 to 1 2 1 to 1 3 3 1 to 1 4 5 4 1. Oh no, 4 6 4 1. So basically they're arranged by being the sum of the two numbers above it. As it progresses up from the bottom like a regular pyramid, the numbers increase because they're the sum of the two numbers above it when they have that arrangement. So any of the numbers that don't have any two above it are just a 1. So basically all of the numbers down each side are always a 1 because there's no second number. I always like the Fibonacci sequence.
462. Pascal, 25. Wow, that's a big one. That's the 25 number screen. 462, 252, 462, 330. The numbers that keep coming up is 330. And there is one which does center 432 in it. Let me try and find that one. Not so easy to find.
There's
So
one
I
made
think
of
it's the number
hexagon,
scale of
and in the hexagonal one, that's
462.
30.
Yeah, it is one of them, but it's you'll see. Have you found the one with the 432 on it specifically?
The
I'll
330
try and find it.
row, 432. I don't see in here. 462 does show up though.
There is one. Maybe I didn't capture it. Maybe I didn't capture that image because I've got like various different number Pascal pyramids here. We can do a discussion about this sometimes. It's quite an in-depth discussion in itself. But you can like calculate prime numbers and all sorts of interesting things with it. Hold on. Is it the prime numbers one? I think it might be the prime numbers one. Let's bring it up on the screen so everybody can see it. It is interesting. It's worth taking a look at. Yeah, Pascal was an interesting character. He had a couple of interesting ideas. He was particularly interested in finding. He was particularly interested in finding patterns in numbers, which is quite lovely, really, if you think about it, right? And pictures, Bush Whisperer pictures. Oh. Okay. Numerology, MN numerology. There we go. So almost there, almost there. Pascal's prime numbers. I think it's this one. It might not be there. There might not be 432, but it's a really interesting thing to look at anyway. So this is what I'm talking about. And you can see here what he's done. I mean, it's really interesting, man. He's built a pyramid of numbers. And in this pyramid of numbers, there's quite a lot that you can discover about numbers by studying these pyramids, right? I don't know if you guys can see the numbers very well. I can't see them very well here on my screen. Maybe if I was on a bigger screen, I'd be able to see them better. On my other laptop, the screen is much more fetching and it's a bigger screen. I'd probably be able to see it better. But anyway, that's the idea of it. Is there a 432 there? I'm not seeing. I'm seeing 462. I'm seeing 330, 220, 220, 364. You see, look, there you'll find 364, like how many days in a year. You'll find that certain numbers, 66, 12, 330, 462, 210, 252, 36, 8, 28. It's just interesting the way these numbers sort of stand out and jump out to catch your attention. 432 is not on this one. I'll have to go and find the one that I thought I had taken it into the list of images that I'd copied, because I was thinking it'd be interesting to knock about with the numbers sometime on a round table or something. Because I was looking into these numbers, and I was like, oh, they're so cool the way they sort of fit into each other. But yeah, we've been going for more than 5 hours. I figured if there's any last bits you wanted to add to the table, brother. Did you hold on? What did you got here?
All right, this is one of the projects that I did to work with number patterns. I created my own language that was like an alphabet and number system, musical scale. Also had an aspect of line vectors instead of pictographic sense. But with the line vectors, I tried to see how the patterns would form. So like basically it's a prime-based system. Each prime has a different line. So 2 is like a parenthesis, is like a dash that goes this way. No, this way. No. Yeah, this way. My screen's flipped, so like that. Then 3 goes the other way. And then 4 is 2 2s next to each other. And then 5 was its own thing. So 5 goes straight up and down. And then 6 is a 2 and a 3. And then 7 was a straight across. And so this is what the pattern forms with the numbers when I lay them out on a multiplication table. It was kind of like my own little art project that I made just for fun.
Wow, cool, man.
Yeah. But it seemed like kind of like something out of Tron or some like microchip. But if you look at it, how it plays out in a bigger multiplication table, you can really see the patterns. And I overlapped multiple see-through pages with like each number on it. So it's like a work in progress. I'm always working on exploring numbers. Eventually, I found that a base 6 number system has all the prime numbers stacking under columns of 1 and 5. But instead of writing it as a base 6, like it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, I just write it as a base 10 and stacked them in columns of 6.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, man. Fascinating, brother.
I speak to mathematicians and electrical engineers and stuff, and they always tell me the same thing. They're like, talk about the ignorance that they were taught in their indoctrination. Like, oh, that doesn't do anything. That's not going to help us. That can't figure it out. And I tell them, like, what if you make an electrical grid that's symmetrical? And they said, you can't do that. But my coworker, he's a creative thinker, and I told him that people are usually indoctrinated to be able to imagine the fact that when you use a symmetrical electrical system, you can create either over unity or 0-point energy. And he was like, yeah, I've done that before, and I never met anyone else who has. So ultimately, I like to get a laboratory together with some people that have credentials, do some experiments with numbers and electricity. And I'm looking for somebody right now. I met a quantum physicist, an astrophysicist in my town that has credentials in a lab. And I'm trying to see if he can do some studies on my integration theory that I published on my blog. It's a work in progress. I'm trying to basically use the theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, and then add the second part of the equation where it then involves, instead of just matter and energy and light, it has dark matter and dark energy, and I guess what would be dark light. It's like the unseen light of the frequencies that we don't notice. And so basically by combining those two with the theory of relativity and the reciprocal theory of relativity with the other dark symbols, they both cancel out to make 0. So what it suggests is that by unraveling, matter unravels into energy, unravels into light, unravels into dark matter out of the poles of the black hole after entering the event horizon. And then the dark matter unravels into dark energy, and then that unravels into dark light. And then that ultimately unravels back into the ether and expands space. And it explains gravity, explains the half-life of atoms, how they break down over time. It suggests that everything is made from bundled up ether, the fabric of space, and that it's just unraveling back into expansion. But recently, Nassim Haramein was able to discover that there's a way to discern where the center of the universe is from which the Big Bang occurred by looking at the biggest mass of dark matter, and they think they found it, that everything expands out from that center point. So there's a lot of stuff being made. I'd like to be able to contact Nassim Haramein. I really wanted to meet or contact Stephen Hawking before he passed, but I wasn't able to, because we had a lot of similar theories, particularly revolving around the ideas of aliens and what their form would be in probability. We both suggest that aliens would definitely be a great probability of being real and prevalent all throughout the cosmos, but that a humanoid alien would be very improbable unless it came from here or it seeded life here and that we were interconnected from the same origins.
Well, brother, let's leave it on that note. I think that is an interesting conversation in itself. Stephen Hawking's work is definitely something worth looking into. My girlfriend's also particularly fond of his work.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody that's been here. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. I hope you got what you came for. I'm sending you all so much love, so much warmth, so much blessings. I hope you all take it easy and have an absolutely awesome day and a great evening. Big love and big blessings to everybody. Dear brother, Indy, it's been an honor as always. Cosmic, it's been an honor. Shinobi, it's been an honor. I hope you guys are all well, thriving. Tomru, big love, man. Big blessings. And yeah, man, we're continually in this ocean of consciousness and energy. D-Love, big love. Vincent, big love. Oh, Vincent, please don't be mean to Shinobi, by the way. He's a really lovely guy.
Yeah.
No, don't be mean, especially about his kids, man. The dude loves his boys. He lives for his kids. You really hurt his feelings, by the way. He went away afterwards, though, just so you know, Vince. And he's a really lovely guy. He's a really good guy. His heart's really in the right place. Jenna, lovely having you. Big love, big blessings. Natalie, so much love, warmth.
Jenna's my friend.
Yes.
We were out dancing last night with her boyfriend and stuff.
Nice. And Bernadine, big blessings, peace, honor, respect to all of you. Hope you guys have an absolute great night. And Howard and Gaz and Carly. Don't know if Carly's around, but big love and big blessings to Carly as well. And to everybody that's been here, Om Namah Shivaya, Shanti Shanti Mahesh, Jai Aum Tat Sat, Jai Guru Dev Bam Shankar, Shankar Bhagwan Namah, Aum Tat Sat, Aum Shanti Shanti Shanti. Have an absolutely awesome weekend, and don't forget to smile because it's free. It makes other people smile and it makes us all feel good. Big love.